My aunt forged documents to steal my inheritance. I sent her to prison. Documents. That single word encompasses the elaborate fraud my aunt, Patricia, 57-year-old Feel, committed to steal my $800,000 inheritance from my late grandfather. And I'm, 29-year-old male, the reason she's now serving a 7-year prison sentence for forgery and grand theft. Half my family calls me a hero for exposing her crimes, while the other half says I destroyed a desperate woman's life over money and should have handled things privately instead of involving prosecutors. My grandfather built a successful commercial real estate business over 40 years and was worth approximately $4 million when he died 2 years ago. He was extremely close to me. I'd worked in his business throughout college, and we had long conversations about his hopes that I'd eventually take over the company. Grandpa explicitly told me multiple times that he planned to leave me a substantial portion of his estate to ensure I could continue his legacy. When Grandpa died, his will was read by his attorney. I expected to inherit his business interest and some financial assets. Instead, the will left me only $50,000, a meaningful amount, but nowhere near what Grandpa had discussed with me. The bulk of his estate, including the business and approximately $800,000 in liquid assets, went to Patricia, his daughter, and my aunt. I was confused and hurt. Why would Grandpa have told me repeatedly about leaving me the business if he'd actually planned to give everything to Patricia? Patricia had barely been involved in Grandpa's life. She'd visit maybe twice a year and had shown no interest in his business. Meanwhile, I'd worked alongside him for years and had been his closest family relationship. Something felt wrong, but Patricia was legally entitled to her inheritance, and I had no grounds to challenge it. The will was properly executed, witnessed, and filed. I received my $50,000 and tried to move on, though I remained confused about why Grandpa's actual will differed so dramatically from what he'd told me. Then, about 6 months after Grandpa's death, I was going through old family photos my grandmother had given me when I found a folder labeled Estate Planning 2019. Inside were documents that changed everything. An earlier version of Grandpa's will, dated 3 months before his death, leaving me his business interest and $800,000, with Patricia receiving $200,000 and some personal property. This earlier will was signed, witnessed, and appeared completely legitimate. Yet the will that had been probated was dated 2 months later and distributed assets entirely differently. Someone had created a new will in those 2 months that reversed Grandpa's intentions. I immediately took both wills to an estate attorney. He examined the documents carefully and said that if the earlier will I'd found was legitimate, and if the later will was fraudulent or created under undue influence, I might have grounds to challenge the probate. He recommended hiring a forensic document examiner to analyze both wills. The forensic examination revealed shocking findings. The later will, the one that had been probated and gave everything to Patricia, contained forged signatures. Grandpa's signature on that will was traced from his signature on the earlier legitimate will, but subtle differences in pen pressure and stroke patterns indicated it wasn't actually written by him. The witnesses' signatures on the fraudulent will were also forged. More investigation revealed that Patricia had hired someone to create the fake will. She'd used her access to Grandpa during his final illness to obtain copies of the legitimate will, then had worked with a document forger to create a new will that favored her, while making it appear properly executed. Patricia had committed systematic fraud to steal my inheritance. She'd forged legal documents, falsified my grandfather's signature, and manipulated the probate process to obtain assets she wasn't entitled to. This wasn't a civil dispute about interpretation. It was criminal fraud on a massive scale. I filed a police report with all the evidence. The investigation took 4 months, but prosecutors eventually charged Patricia with forgery, fraud, theft by deception, and tampering with estate documents. The evidence was overwhelming. The forensic document analysis, digital trails showing Patricia had contacted document forgers, and her own financial records showing suspicious payments around the time the fake will was created. Patricia initially denied everything, claiming I was making false accusations because I was greedy and disappointed by my inheritance. But when confronted with the forensic evidence and the paper trail of her fraud scheme, she eventually accepted a plea deal to avoid trial. She was sentenced to 7 years in prison and ordered to return the full $800,000 she'd fraudulently obtained, plus penalties and my legal fees. The probate court reopened Grandpa's estate and distributed assets according to the legitimate will. I received the business interest and $800,000. Patricia received the $200,000 she was legitimately entitled to under the real will. But the family consequences have been devastating and divisive. Patricia's husband and children are furious with me for sending their wife and mother to prison. They claim Patricia was desperate because of financial problems and that family should have handled this privately rather than through criminal prosecution. They say I've destroyed their family over money. My response is that Patricia committed serious crimes. She forged legal documents and stole $600,000 that rightfully belonged to me, according to my grandfather's actual wishes. I didn't destroy her family. She destroyed it through her own criminal choices. Several family members agree Patricia deserved prosecution, but think 7 years is excessive for a first-time white-collar offender who was motivated by financial desperation rather than malice. They've suggested I should have advocated for leniency once she was caught, rather than cooperating fully with prosecutors who sought maximum penalties. Others fully support what I did, saying Patricia's fraud was calculated and deliberate, spanning months of planning and execution. They argue she wasn't just taking money, she was disrespecting my grandfather's final wishes and stealing his legacy. She deserved every consequence she received. Patricia's siblings, my other aunts and uncles, are divided. Some think Patricia was always manipulative and finally got caught, while others view her as someone who made terrible decisions during a financial crisis and is now being punished too harshly. My parents support my decision to prosecute, though they wish the family conflict could have been avoided. They've said that Grandpa would have wanted his actual will honored and would have been horrified to know Patricia had forged documents to steal from me. The inheritance I received has funded my ability to continue Grandpa's business as he intended, but the money feels tainted by the family destruction required to obtain it. Patricia is serving year 2 of her 7-year sentence. Her family is financially struggling, and our extended family is permanently fractured. Some days I believe I did exactly what needed to be done. Patricia committed fraud and deserved prosecution. Other days I wonder if I could have resolved this through civil litigation that recovered the money without sending her to prison. The fact that I had that choice and chose criminal prosecution is what makes this morally complex. So, was I right to report Patricia's forgery to police, resulting in her 7-year prison sentence? Or should I have pursued civil remedies that would have recovered the inheritance without destroying her life through incarceration? The money is mine now. My grandfather's wishes are honored, but the family cost has been enormous. I honestly don't know if I made the right choice or if I prioritized justice over compassion in a way I'll eventually regret. My sister-in-law secretly gave my son peanuts. I got her arrested for assault secretly. That's how my sister-in-law, Rebecca, 34-year-old female, fed my severely allergic son peanut butter cookies, and I'm, 31-year-old female, the reason she's now serving 18 months in prison for assault and child endangerment. Half my family thinks I protected my child from a dangerous person, while the other half says I destroyed Rebecca's life by pressing charges when she didn't understand how serious the allergy was, and that family intervention would have been more appropriate than criminal prosecution. My son, Owen, 6-year-old Meal, has a severe, life-threatening peanut allergy. He's been diagnosed since age 2, carries an EpiPen at all times, and we're extremely careful about his food exposure. His allergy isn't mild discomfort. Exposure to even trace amounts of peanuts causes anaphylaxis that can be fatal within minutes without immediate epinephrine treatment. Our entire family has been educated about Owen's allergy. We've explained the severity repeatedly, demonstrated how to use his EpiPen, and made it absolutely clear that peanut exposure could kill him. Every family gathering involves careful planning about food safety, and relatives have been understanding and accommodating. Except Rebecca. My brother, James's 32-year-old wife has always been dismissive of food allergies in general. She's made comments about how allergies are overblown and exaggerated, that parents are too paranoid about food sensitivities, and that children need exposure to build immunity. I'd always found these comments ignorant and offensive, but had assumed Rebecca would never actually act on these dangerous beliefs with Owen. Last month, our extended family gathered at my parents' house for Owen's 6th birthday party. About 20 relatives attended, and I'd been explicit with everyone about keeping the party completely peanut-free. All food was carefully prepared and labeled, and I'd asked guests not to bring outside food due to Owen's allergy. The party went beautifully. Owen was happy, playing with his cousins, opening presents, and enjoying his special day. Then Rebecca brought out a plate of homemade cookies she'd brought for the kids. She said they were special birthday cookies, and started handing them out to the children, including Owen. I immediately asked Rebecca what was in the cookies. She said, "Just flour, sugar, butter, the usual stuff." I specifically asked if there were any nuts or peanuts. Rebecca looked me directly in the eye and said, "No, nothing like that. They're perfectly safe." I let Owen eat one of Rebecca's cookies. Within 5 minutes, he started showing symptoms: facial swelling, hives, difficulty breathing. I recognized anaphylaxis immediately and administered his EpiPen while my husband called 911. Owen was rushed to the hospital where he received additional treatment. The doctors said the rapid EpiPen administration saved his life, but that he'd had a severe reaction that could have been fatal. At the hospital, while Owen was stabilized, I confronted Rebecca about the cookies. She initially maintained they contained no peanuts, but when I insisted, the hospital was running tests on the remaining cookies, and that lying could have killed my son, Rebecca finally admitted the truth. The cookies contained peanut butter. Rebecca had deliberately made peanut butter cookies, brought them to a party she knew was supposed to be peanut-free for my severely allergic child, and when asked directly, she'd lied and said they contained no nuts. Rebecca's justification was even more horrifying than the act itself. She said she'd read online that food allergies are mostly psychological, and that exposure to the allergen in small amounts can cure children of allergies. She said she thought Owen's allergy was exaggerated, and that giving him a peanut butter cookie would prove he didn't really have a serious allergy. Rebecca had deliberately conducted a medical experiment on my 6-year-old son without consent, using information from dubious internet sources, nearly killing him in the process. I was beyond furious. Rebecca hadn't made a mistake or forgotten about Owen's allergy. She deliberately fed him an allergen while lying about it, based on her belief that she knew better than his doctors and could cure him through unauthorized exposure. Hospital staff advised me to file a police report. They explained that deliberately feeding a known allergen to a child with documented severe allergy, then lying about it, constituted assault and child endangerment. They said Rebecca's actions weren't an accident, but deliberate harm. I filed a comprehensive police report. I provided documentation of Owen's allergy diagnosis, records showing Rebecca had been repeatedly educated about the severity, and witness statements from family members who'd heard Rebecca dismiss food allergies as exaggerated in the past. The hospital also provided evidence: the lab results confirming the cookies contained peanuts, medical records documenting Owen's severe anaphylactic reaction, and statements from treating physicians about how close Owen came to dying. Police investigated and discovered Rebecca's internet search history. In the weeks before the party, she'd been researching fake food allergies, curing peanut allergies naturally, and proving allergies aren't real. She'd visited conspiracy theory websites, claiming allergies were invented by pharmaceutical companies and that exposure was the real cure. Rebecca had planned this deliberate exposure as some kind of twisted experiment. She'd researched, decided she knew better than medical professionals, made the cookies specifically containing peanuts, brought them to the party, and lied when asked directly about ingredients. Prosecutors charged Rebecca with assault, causing bodily harm through deliberate poisoning, child endangerment, and reckless conduct. They argued this was an intentional act that nearly killed a child, not an accidental oversight, and deserved serious criminal consequences. Rebecca's attorney tried to frame this as a misguided mistake by someone who didn't understand allergy severity, but the evidence of premeditation, the internet research, the deliberate lying when asked about ingredients, the planning to bring outside food to a peanut-free party, undermined any innocent mistake defense. Rebecca accepted a plea deal, 18 months in prison, followed by 3 years of probation during which she cannot have unsupervised contact with any children. She was also ordered to pay Owen's medical expenses, approximately $15,000 for emergency treatment and follow-up care, and must complete education about food allergies and child safety. The family reaction has been catastrophic. My brother James divorced Rebecca within weeks of her arrest. He was horrified by what she'd done and said he could never trust her judgment or character again. He has full custody of their 2 children, my niece and nephew, ages 4 and 7, with Rebecca having only supervised visitation. My parents support my decision to press charges completely. They witnessed Owen's anaphylactic reaction, saw how close he came to dying, and understand that Rebecca's deliberate exposure was criminal rather than accidental. But Rebecca's family has been intensely hostile. Her parents claim Rebecca didn't understand how serious Owen's allergy was, and that prison is excessive punishment for trying to help by testing whether the allergy was real. They've blamed me for being overprotective and said I ruined Rebecca's life over an incident that turned out fine because Owen survived. Several relatives have echoed this view. They acknowledge Rebecca shouldn't have brought peanut cookies, but they think criminal prosecution was vindictive overreach. They argue Rebecca learned her lesson and that family intervention, banning her from family events, requiring supervised contact with Owen, would have been appropriate without destroying her life through felony conviction and incarceration. Some family members have suggested I pursued prosecution because I was angry, rather than because it was genuinely necessary. They've said Rebecca is paying for my trauma and fear more than for the actual harm caused, and that 18 months in prison is disproportionate to feeding cookies to a kid. Rebecca herself has sent letters from jail, alternating between apologizing and blaming me. In some letters, she acknowledges she was wrong and accepts responsibility. In others, she claims I overreacted to what she insists was a well-intentioned mistake, and says my refusal to forgive destroyed her life and marriage. But child safety advocates and medical professionals who've heard about the case overwhelmingly support the prosecution. Pediatricians have said Rebecca's actions represent one of the most dangerous myths about food allergies, the belief that unauthorized exposure can cure or test allergies. Allergy researchers have explained that Rebecca's actions could have easily been fatal. Anaphylaxis can progress to death within minutes, and many children die from exactly this kind of testing by adults who don't believe allergy diagnoses are real. Prosecutors have said cases like this need serious consequences to deter others from similar dangerous experimentation. They've noted a troubling trend of people refusing to believe allergy diagnoses and testing children without parental consent, sometimes with fatal results. The school district where Owen attends has used Rebecca's case in safety training, emphasizing that food allergy accommodations must be taken seriously, and that deliberately exposing allergic children to allergens is both dangerous and criminal. Support groups for parents of children with food allergies have reached out to share similar stories. Grandparents, relatives, or caregivers who didn't believe the allergy diagnosis and deliberately exposed children to allergens, sometimes with tragic outcomes. They've said my willingness to prosecute sends an important message that this behavior has serious consequences. I've struggled with guilt specifically about the impact on my niece and nephew. They're 4 and 7, and their mother is in prison partly because I pressed charges. They've lost their stable family structure, their parents divorced, and they're dealing with trauma I contributed to by not handling this privately. But Rebecca's actions nearly killed my son. She deliberately poisoned him based on internet conspiracy theories, lied about it when asked directly, and showed no remorse until facing legal consequences. The only reason Owen survived is because I recognized anaphylaxis immediately and had his EpiPen ready. I've asked myself whether I'd have pressed charges if Owen's reaction had been milder, if he hadn't needed hospitalization. The honest answer is probably yes. Rebecca deliberately fed an allergen to a child with severe allergy while lying about it. The severity of the outcome doesn't change the deliberateness of the act. I've also wondered whether I was influenced by my terror in those moments when Owen couldn't breathe, and I didn't know if the EpiPen would work quickly enough. Watching your child nearly die creates trauma and rage that might have affected my judgment about appropriate consequences. But medical professionals agree that Rebecca's conduct was criminal. Deliberately feeding a known allergen to a severely allergic child while lying about ingredients constitutes assault regardless of outcome. The fact that Owen survived doesn't make Rebecca's conduct less criminal. It just means the charge is assault rather than manslaughter. My brother James has been quietly supportive despite his life being destroyed too. He's told me he's horrified by what Rebecca did, that he can't trust her judgment or character, and that I did the right thing by protecting Owen through prosecution. But he's also acknowledged the enormous cost. His marriage ended, his children are traumatized, and he's now a single parent dealing with his own anger and betrayal. So was I right to press charges against Rebecca for deliberately feeding peanuts to my severely allergic son, even though it ended her marriage and resulted in prison time? The alternative would have been allowing someone who'd nearly killed my child through deliberate experimentation to face only family consequences, potentially emboldening others to similarly test allergy diagnoses. Owen is physically recovered, but has developed anxiety about eating food prepared by others. He understands, Aunt Rebecca hurt me, but doesn't fully grasp why. My niece and nephew are confused about why their mom is gone. James is struggling to rebuild his life as a single father. Rebecca's family has largely cut off contact with me. The trauma therapist Owen sees says I made the protective choice, that Rebecca's actions were criminal and dangerous, and that teaching Owen that serious harm has serious consequences is appropriate. But I'll always carry the weight of knowing that protecting my son through prosecution devastated other innocent people, my niece and nephew, who didn't deserve any of this. Rebecca will be released in about 10 months. She'll have a felony record, limited access to her own children, and permanent restrictions on contact with mine. Her nursing career, she was a pediatric nurse, horrifyingly, is permanently over. She can never work with children again. Her life trajectory is fundamentally altered because she tested a 6-year-old's allergy based on internet conspiracy theories and nearly killed him. I believe I did the right thing, but the cost, to my niece and nephew especially, is enormous, and I'll spend the rest of my life wondering if there was some path that protected Owen without destroying so many other innocent lives in the process. My brother fabricated evidence. I abused my elderly parents. I got him prosecuted. Fabricated. That's what my older brother Marcus, 45 ml, did when he created fake photographs, forged documents, and coached our parents to falsely claim I was financially and physically abusing them. And I'm, 38A fail. The reason he's now serving 3 years for elder abuse, fraud, and conspiracy. Half my family thinks I exposed a dangerous manipulator who was actually abusing our parents, while the other half says I destroyed my brother over a misguided attempt to gain control of our parents' estate, and should have resolved our inheritance dispute through family mediation, rather than criminal prosecution. My parents, Helen, 74A fail, and Robert, 76 ML, have significant assets accumulated over successful careers, approximately $1.8 million in retirement accounts, investments, and their paid-off home. They've always been mentally sharp, independent, and clear about their estate planning. Their will divided assets equally between Marcus and me, and they had named me as their healthcare proxy and financial power of attorney because I lived nearby and had a flexible work schedule. Marcus has always been entitled and financially irresponsible. He's burned through multiple high-paying jobs, has massive credit card debt, and has repeatedly asked our parents for money to bail him out of financial crises. Our parents have helped him several times, but recently refused to continue funding his poor decisions. 6 months ago, Marcus started a campaign to have me removed as our parents' healthcare proxy and power of attorney. He contacted Adult Protective Services, APS, claiming I was financially exploiting our parents, using their credit cards for personal purchases, forging checks, and coercing them to give me money. APS investigated thoroughly. They interviewed my parents, examined financial records, and reviewed my use of power of attorney. They found no evidence of financial exploitation. I'd been managing my parents' finances responsibly. All expenditures were documented and appropriate, and my parents confirmed everything I'd done was with their knowledge and consent. The investigation cleared me completely, but Marcus escalated. He filed a guardianship petition in court, seeking to have my parents declared incapacitated and himself appointed as their legal guardian. His petition claimed our parents were suffering from dementia, were being manipulated by me, and needed court protection from my exploitation. This guardianship petition was devastating for my parents. They're mentally sharp, living independently, and actively managing their own lives. The suggestion that they were incapacitated and needed a guardian was insulting and frightening. During the guardianship hearing, Marcus presented evidence that seemed compelling. Photographs showing bruises on our parents' arms that Marcus claimed I'd inflicted. Financial documents that appeared to show unauthorized withdrawals I'd made. And even testimony from our parents that seemed to confirm they were afraid of me. I was horrified watching this testimony. Our parents seemed confused and were giving answers that supported Marcus's claims. They said they were scared of me and that I'd been taking their money without asking. This was completely false, but they were saying it under oath. The judge was skeptical and ordered independent medical evaluations of our parents and forensic accounting of their finances. What these examinations revealed was shocking and changed everything. The medical evaluation found our parents were being given sedatives without medical necessity. Blood tests showed they had benzodiazepines in their systems, medications that can cause confusion, memory problems, and increased suggestibility in elderly people. Neither parent had prescriptions for these medications, meaning someone was drugging them. The forensic accountant discovered the financial documents Marcus had presented were forgeries. The unauthorized withdrawals he'd shown as evidence didn't exist in the actual bank records. Marcus had created fake bank statements, making it appear I'd been stealing from our parents when no such transactions had occurred. Most disturbing, investigators discovered Marcus had been secretly staying at our parents' house for weeks before the guardianship hearing. During this time, he'd been administering sedatives to them, obtained illegally, coaching them about what to say in court, and creating the evidence of abuse. The bruises in the photographs Marcus presented? Investigators determined Marcus had inflicted them himself to create evidence of physical abuse. Medical experts examined the photos and concluded the bruising patterns were inconsistent with accidental injuries and consistent with deliberate infliction to create false evidence. Marcus had engaged in a systematic scheme to fabricate elder abuse, frame me for crimes I hadn't committed, and gain control of our parents' estate. He drugged our elderly parents, physically injured them to create fake evidence, forged financial documents, and manipulated them into giving false testimony. The guardianship petition was immediately denied, and the judge referred the case to law enforcement for criminal investigation. Marcus was arrested and charged with multiple serious felonies: elder abuse, for drugging and injuring our parents; fraud, forgery, perjury, and conspiracy to deprive me of my legal rights as power of attorney. The evidence was overwhelming. Investigators found the medications Marcus had been giving our parents hidden in his belongings. They had recordings of Marcus coaching our parents about what to say in court. Forensic analysis proved the financial documents were forged. Medical evidence confirmed the bruises were inflicted, rather than accidental. Marcus had documented much of his scheme in text messages to a friend, where he'd discussed his plan to prove sister is abusing them, so he could get control of the money before she takes it all. These messages showed clear premeditation and motive. Marcus wanted access to our parents' $1.8 million estate and was willing to abuse them and frame me to get it. Marcus was convicted on all charges. The judge was particularly harsh during sentencing, noting that Marcus had weaponized the elder abuse reporting system and had actively harmed his own vulnerable parents to pursue financial gain. He received 3 years in prison, 5 years of probation, and a permanent restraining order preventing him from contacting our parents or me. The family reaction has been complicated and divisive. Our parents support me completely and are grateful I didn't give up when Marcus was presenting false evidence. They're horrified by what Marcus did to them and have updated their will to disinherit him entirely. But Marcus's ex-wife and adult children, my nephews and niece, ages 18 to 24, are devastated. They've lost their father/grandfather to prison, and Marcus's conviction has destroyed their family financially. His ex-wife has told family members that I should have worked things out privately, rather than sending him to prison over money. Several relatives agree with this characterization. They acknowledge Marcus's behavior was terrible, but argue that criminal prosecution was extreme. They say I should have simply documented the false allegations, had the guardianship petition denied, and then cut Marcus off from the family, rather than cooperating with prosecutors who sought prison time. They've pointed out that Marcus is now 45 with a felony record, and will be nearly 50 when released. His career is destroyed, his relationship with his children is damaged, and he'll never recover financially. They say I could have been the bigger person, and pursued resolution that stopped Marcus without destroying his entire life. Some relatives have suggested my cooperation with prosecution was motivated by vindictiveness, that I was angry about being falsely accused and wanted revenge, rather than simply protecting myself and our parents. They've argued that once the guardianship petition was denied and I was cleared, I should have let things go rather than pursuing maximum criminal consequences. But elder abuse prosecutors and victim advocates have uniformly praised my decision to cooperate with prosecution. They've explained that what Marcus did represents one of the most serious forms of elder abuse, deliberately harming vulnerable elderly people to manipulate legal proceedings and steal their assets. The judge who handled the case noted in his sentencing remarks that Marcus's actions weren't impulsive mistakes, but a calculated scheme spanning months. He'd obtained illegal drugs, had physically injured his own parents, had forged legal documents, and had manipulated confused elderly people into giving false testimony. This level of premeditation and cruelty toward vulnerable parents deserved serious consequences. Adult Protective Services has used Marcus's case in training materials about sophisticated elder abuse schemes. They've emphasized that family members seeking inappropriate control of elderly relatives' assets will sometimes go to extreme lengths, including fabricating abuse, and that the legal system must respond with serious consequences to deter such conduct. Legal experts specializing in guardianship cases have noted that false guardianship petitions are a growing problem, and that cases like Marcus's, where the petitioner fabricates evidence and abuses the vulnerable person to support false claims, must result in criminal prosecution to protect the integrity of the guardianship system. My parents are now in counseling dealing with the trauma of being drugged, physically injured, and manipulated by their own son. They've struggled with guilt, wondering if they somehow failed as parents that Marcus would do this to them. Their doctor has said the sedatives Marcus gave them could have been fatal, given their age and other medications. I've struggled with guilt specifically about Marcus's children, my nephews and niece. They're young adults trying to start their careers and build lives, and they're dealing with their father being in prison because I pressed charges. My niece has told me she understands intellectually that Marcus committed crimes, but emotionally, she's angry that her father is incarcerated because family couldn't work things out. But Marcus didn't want to work things out. He wanted control of $1.8 million and was willing to abuse our elderly parents and destroy me to get it. The text messages showed he knew exactly what he was doing, had no remorse about harming our parents, and viewed them purely as assets to control. I've asked myself whether I'd have cooperated with prosecution if the guardianship petition had simply been denied without discovering the drugging and physical abuse. If Marcus had just filed a frivolous petition with weak evidence, would I have pushed for criminal charges? Probably not. I might have been satisfied with the petition being denied and Marcus being discredited. But Marcus didn't just file a weak legal petition. He drugged our parents, injured them to create fake evidence, forged documents, and manipulated confused elderly people into lying under oath. That conduct crossed far beyond ordinary inheritance disputes into criminal elder abuse. The alternative to prosecution would have been allowing Marcus to walk away after systemically abusing our parents and nearly succeeding in gaining control of their estate through fraud. What message would that send about elder abuse? What would stop Marcus from trying similar schemes in the future when he needed money? So was I right to cooperate fully with criminal prosecution after Marcus fabricated abuse evidence by drugging and injuring our parents? Every expert says yes. This was serious elder abuse that deserved criminal consequences. But my nephews and niece are dealing with an incarcerated father. Marcus's life is destroyed, and some family members will never forgive me for choosing prosecution over family reconciliation. Marcus is serving month 18 of his 3-year sentence. Our parents have peace and security, but carry trauma from their son's abuse. I maintain power of attorney and am managing their care appropriately, but the experience has left me hyper-aware that any decision I make could be scrutinized or challenged. The question I can't answer is whether the total destruction of Marcus's life, prison, felony record, permanent estrangement from his parents, damaged relationships with his children, was proportionate to his crimes. He deserved serious consequences, but did he deserve this comprehensive devastation? I believe I made the only ethical choice, but the weight of what that choice cost Marcus and his innocent family members is something I'll carry forever. My brother framed me for theft. I exposed his gambling addiction and crimes framed. That's exactly what my older brother, Connor, 34, male, did to me when he stole $45,000 from our family business and made it look like I, 29, female, was the thief. And I'm the reason he's now facing felony charges, mandatory addiction treatment, and the permanent loss of his position in the company our grandfather built. Half my family thinks I saved the business by exposing a criminal, while the other half says I destroyed my brother's life when I should have handled his addiction with compassion instead of prosecution. Our family owns a successful chain of hardware stores founded by my grandfather in the 1970s. By the time I was old enough to work, we had 8 locations across 2 states, generating about $12 million in annual revenue. My father ran the business as CEO, and both Connor and I had been groomed from childhood to eventually take over the company together. Connor handling operations and expansion, me managing finance and administration. Connor had always been the golden child. He was charismatic, great with customers and employees, and had a natural talent for sales and business development. I was more behind the scenes, detail-oriented, good with numbers and systems. We complemented each other professionally, and for years, our partnership in the family business worked well. But about 18 months ago, I started noticing financial irregularities. Small amounts were missing from daily deposits, $200 here, $500 there. Cash register reconciliations weren't matching sales reports. I initially assumed these were employee errors or theft by hourly workers, so I implemented better inventory and cash handling controls. The discrepancies continued and escalated. Over 6 months, approximately $15,000 went missing from various locations. I conducted a thorough audit and discovered the thefts were more sophisticated than simple till skimming. Someone with access to our financial systems was manipulating records to hide missing cash. I reported my findings to my father, showing him the audit evidence. He was concerned, but didn't want to involve law enforcement until we understood who was responsible. He asked me to investigate further discreetly, suspecting it might be a manager or someone in accounting. I spent weeks analyzing transaction patterns, reviewing security footage, and tracking which employees had access to the systems where records were being altered. The evidence kept pointing in a direction I didn't want to consider. Connor had the access, the knowledge, and the opportunity. But why would Connor, who was financially secure and had a promising future in the family business, be stealing? Then the accusations turned on me. Connor called an emergency family meeting and presented evidence that I was the one stealing from the company. He had documents showing transfers from store accounts to what appeared to be my personal bank account. He had altered financial records that made it look like I'd been manipulating the books to hide my theft. He claimed I'd been embezzling for months and that my audit was actually an attempt to cover my tracks. My father was devastated. Connor's evidence looked convincing. My access codes, transactions that appeared to originate from my computer, and financial records that seemed to implicate me. Despite my protests that I was being framed, the documentation was compelling enough that my father suspended me from the business, pending a formal investigation. I was horrified and panicked. Connor had systematically manufactured evidence to frame me for his crimes. He'd used his access to company systems to make it appear I was the thief, and our father believed him. I was facing not just termination from the family business, but potential criminal charges for embezzlement. In my suspension, I hired a forensic accountant and a criminal defense attorney. I needed to prove my innocence and expose whoever was actually stealing from the company. The forensic investigation took 3 weeks and cost me $18,000. But what it revealed was devastating and vindicating. The forensic accountant discovered that while transactions appeared to come from my computer and accounts, the actual IP addresses and digital fingerprints showed they originated from Connor's devices. He'd been using my login credentials and had created fake accounts that appeared to be mine, but actually routed money to his own offshore account. The evidence of framing was meticulous and deliberate. More investigation revealed the true scope of Connor's theft. He hadn't stolen $15,000. He'd embezzled approximately $45,000 over 18 months, using increasingly sophisticated methods to hide the theft. The money I'd discovered missing was just the portion he'd been sloppy about. The bulk of his embezzlement had been carefully hidden in fake vendor payments, inventory adjustments, and manipulated cash deposits. But why? Connor earned a 6-figure salary and had no apparent financial problems. The forensic accountant dug deeper into Connor's personal finances and discovered the truth. Connor had a severe gambling addiction. He was losing thousands of dollars weekly at casinos and online poker sites. He'd burned through his savings, maxed out credit cards, and had taken personal loans from shady lenders. The $45,000 he'd stolen from the family business had gone directly to funding his addiction and paying gambling debts. Connor's addiction had been spiraling for over 2 years, and he'd hidden it completely. When his personal money ran out, he'd started stealing from the company. When I'd begun auditing and getting close to discovering the theft, Connor had framed me, his own sister, to protect himself and buy more time to steal. I presented all this evidence to my father and our company attorney. My father was devastated. His son and presumed successor was a thief and had framed his daughter for crimes he'd committed. But the evidence was irrefutable. Connor had stolen $45,000, had engaged in wire fraud by manipulating electronic financial records, and had committed identity theft by using my credentials to frame me. My father wanted to handle this privately, get Connor addiction treatment, have him repay the money, and move forward as a family without involving law enforcement. He begged me to consider that Connor was sick with addiction rather than malicious, and that criminal prosecution would destroy Connor's life and future. But I refused. Connor hadn't just stolen money. He'd deliberately framed me for his crimes and had been willing to let me face criminal charges to protect himself. He'd used our father's trust in him to convince everyone I was the thief. This wasn't just about addiction. It was calculated betrayal of his family and his sister. I told my father that if he didn't report Connor to the police, I would file charges myself and provide all the forensic evidence to prosecutors. I also said I'd sue the company and Connor personally for the emotional distress, damage to my reputation, and the $18,000 I'd spent proving my innocence. My father ultimately agreed to report Connor to the authorities, though he was heartbroken. Connor was arrested and charged with embezzlement, wire fraud, identity theft, and filing false reports for framing me. The evidence was overwhelming, and Connor's attorney advised him to accept a plea deal. Connor pleaded guilty and received a sentence of 4 years in prison with possibility of parole after 2 years, plus 5 years probation, mandatory addiction treatment, and restitution of $45,000 plus penalties. He was immediately removed from any role in the family business, and my father updated the succession plan to leave the company entirely to me. The family reaction has been catastrophic and bitterly divided. Connor's wife and children, he has 2 kids, ages 6 and 8, are devastated. His wife, Lauren, has called me heartless for pursuing criminal charges against an addict who needed help, not imprisonment. She says I destroyed her family because I couldn't forgive my brother's mistakes, and that Connor's children will grow up with their father in prison because of me. Some extended family members agree with Lauren. They argue that Connor was sick with addiction and needed treatment, not prosecution. They say I should have accepted my father's plan to handle this privately through rehab and restitution, rather than insisting on criminal charges that will give Connor a felony record and destroy his future career prospects. They've pointed out that Connor wasn't some malicious criminal. He was a desperate addict who made terrible choices while not thinking clearly. They say addiction is a disease, and that sending addicts to prison rather than treatment is cruel and counterproductive. They believe I prioritized revenge over family and compassion. Others fully support my decision. They point out Connor didn't just steal money. He deliberately framed me for his crimes and was willing to destroy my life to protect himself. That level of calculated betrayal goes beyond addiction and into conscious cruelty. They say Connor made choices even while addicted, and one of those choices was to frame his innocent sister. My mother is devastated by the entire situation. She's lost her son to prison, has watched our family business nearly destroyed, and has seen her children turn against each other. She doesn't blame me for what I did, but wishes there had been another way that didn't result in Connor being incarcerated. My father supports my decision intellectually, but is emotionally destroyed. He's watching his son, the person he'd planned to leave his life's work to, serve time in prison for stealing from the family. He's grateful I exposed the truth before more money was stolen, but he struggles with guilt about whether he failed Connor as a father. Connor himself has sent me letters from prison, alternating between apologizing and blaming me. In some letters, he acknowledges he was wrong to frame me and accepts responsibility for his actions. In others, he says I destroyed his life over something that could have been handled with treatment, and that I chose vengeance over helping a family member struggling with addiction. Several addiction counselors and family therapists who've heard our story have mixed opinions. Some say I was right to demand accountability, and that Connor needed to face consequences for his choices, addiction or not. Others think I should have pursued civil remedies but not criminal prosecution, getting Connor into mandatory treatment without the devastating consequences of a felony conviction. Business colleagues and our company attorney support my actions completely. They point out that Connor committed serious financial crimes that could have bankrupted the family business if undiscovered. They say I did my duty as financial manager to expose theft and fraud, and that Connor's addiction doesn't exempt him from legal accountability. I've struggled intensely with the moral weight of my decision. Connor is an addict who needed help, and now he's in prison partly because I insisted on criminal prosecution. His children are growing up with an incarcerated father. His wife is struggling financially and emotionally. The family I grew up in is permanently fractured. But Connor also deliberately framed me for crimes he committed. He manipulated evidence to make me look guilty, and was willing to let me face criminal charges to protect himself. He used our father's trust to convince everyone I was the thief. That betrayal was calculated and conscious, even if his initial theft was driven by addiction. I've asked myself repeatedly, if Connor had just admitted to the theft when confronted, would I have insisted on prosecution? If he'd owned his addiction and asked for help instead of framing me, would I have supported treatment over incarceration? The honest answer is probably not. I would have been angry about the theft, but might have accepted a private resolution. But Connor didn't just steal. He framed me, lied about me, and tried to destroy my reputation and future to cover his crimes. That choice, to sacrifice his sister rather than face consequences, is what made me unforgiving. I don't know if that makes me justified or vindictive. The business is now solely mine to inherit, and I've implemented security measures to prevent future theft. We've recovered most of the stolen money through insurance and Connor's restitution payments. But the family cost has been enormous. Connor is in prison, his marriage is struggling, his children are traumatized, and our extended family is permanently divided between those who support my actions and those who think I destroyed my brother out of spite. So was I right to insist on criminal prosecution for Connor's theft and framing, even though he was struggling with gambling addiction? Or should I have accepted private resolution with treatment and restitution, avoiding the permanent damage of felony conviction? Connor is serving time. Justice was served. But was it worth the family destruction? My brother-in-law secretly recorded my miscarriage. I got him arrested. Recorded. That's the horrifying violation my brother-in-law, Kyle, 31 Unale, committed when he secretly installed cameras in my home and captured footage of the most traumatic moment of my life. And I'm 28-year-old female, the reason he's now serving a 3-year prison sentence for voyeurism, invasion of privacy, and distribution of intimate images. Half my family thinks I courageously stood up to a predator, while the other half says I destroyed my sister's marriage and Kyle's future over a mistake that could have been handled privately without involving law enforcement. My husband, Chris, 30-year-old male, and I had been trying to conceive for 2 years when I finally got pregnant. We were overjoyed but cautious. I'd had an early miscarriage the previous year, and we knew pregnancy wasn't guaranteed. At 8 weeks, we decided to share the news with our immediate families, including my sister, Amanda, 33-year-old female, and her husband, Kyle. Amanda and Kyle lived about 20 minutes away, and we'd always been close. Kyle worked in IT and had helped us set up our home network and various smart home devices. He was friendly, seemed devoted to Amanda, and I'd considered him a trusted family member. When we shared our pregnancy news, they seemed genuinely happy for us. At 10 weeks pregnant, I started experiencing severe cramping and bleeding. Chris rushed me to the emergency room, where doctors confirmed I was having a miscarriage. We were devastated. After several hours at the hospital ensuring I was medically stable, we returned home emotionally shattered and physically exhausted. The next few days were the worst of my life, grieving the pregnancy we'd lost, dealing with physical recovery, and trying to process the trauma. Chris and I leaned on each other, cried together, and tried to find ways to cope with our loss. It was an intensely private time of raw grief that we shared only with each other. Then, 3 weeks after my miscarriage, I received an anonymous email. The subject line said, "You should know what your family knows." Attached was a video file. When I opened it, I felt my world collapse. The video showed me in our bedroom on the night we'd returned from the emergency room. I was crying, changing out of my clothes, and you could hear me talking to Chris about the physical pain and emotional devastation. It was footage of one of the most vulnerable, private moments of my life. And someone had secretly recorded it, and now had possession of this intimate video. I was horrified, confused, and terrified. How did this footage exist? Who had recorded me in my own bedroom during a miscarriage? Who would send this to me, and why? I immediately showed Chris the email. He was equally shocked and furious. We examined the video carefully and noticed the camera angle. It appeared to be from the corner of our bedroom, possibly from a device mounted on a bookshelf where Kyle had installed a smart speaker for us several months earlier. Chris retrieved the smart speaker and examined it. He found a tiny camera lens built into the device's frame. Not a standard feature, but something that had been added. Kyle, who'd gifted us this device and installed it in our bedroom, had secretly modified it to include a hidden camera. We called the police immediately. Detectives came to our home, seized the device, and began investigating. They discovered the camera had been recording continuously for months, storing footage on a cloud server that Kyle controlled. The detectives obtained warrants for Kyle's computer and cloud storage accounts. What they found was beyond disturbing. Kyle had recorded hundreds of hours of footage from our bedroom, us sleeping, changing clothes, having private conversations, and yes, the night of my miscarriage. He'd recorded me undressing, captured intimate moments between Chris and me, and had essentially been voyeuristically watching our private life for months. But the violation went even further. Kyle hadn't just recorded us, he'd been sharing the footage. Detectives found that Kyle had uploaded selected videos to private forums where people traded voyeuristic content. He'd posted footage of me undressing, clips of intimate moments with my husband, and horrifyingly, he'd shared edited footage of the night of my miscarriage with captions mocking our grief. Kyle had turned the worst night of my life into entertainment for online voyeurs. He'd violated my privacy in the most intimate moments imaginable, and had shared that violation with strangers for his own gratification or validation from other perverts. The investigation expanded. Detectives discovered Kyle had been doing this to multiple people, not just us. He'd installed hidden cameras in his own home, recording Amanda in their bedroom and bathroom without her knowledge. He'd placed cameras at his parents' house during visits. He'd even installed devices at his workplace, recording co-workers in changing areas and restrooms. Kyle had been running a systematic voyeurism operation, recording people in their most private moments and sharing the footage online. Our bedroom camera was just one of many devices in his network of secret surveillance. Kyle was arrested and charged with multiple felonies: voyeurism, invasion of privacy, distribution of intimate images without consent, computer crimes related to the cloud storage system, and several counts related to his other victims. The charges in our case were particularly serious because the footage included my miscarriage. Prosecutors argued this was exploitation of a medical emergency and emotional trauma. Amanda was devastated. She'd had no knowledge of Kyle's activities and was as much a victim as we were. He'd been recording her too. She immediately filed for divorce and cooperated fully with the investigation, providing access to their shared devices and accounts that contained additional evidence. The evidence against Kyle was overwhelming. He'd kept meticulous records of his recordings, had participated in online forums discussing his voyeurism, and had even written detailed descriptions of the people he was recording. His own documentation became the prosecution's strongest evidence. Kyle's attorney tried to negotiate a plea deal, but prosecutors were determined to pursue significant prison time. They argued Kyle's behavior was predatory, systematic, and had traumatized multiple victims in profound ways. The fact that he'd recorded and shared footage of my miscarriage made the case particularly egregious in prosecutors' eyes. Kyle accepted a plea deal to avoid trial. 3 years in state prison, lifetime registration as a sex offender, mandatory counseling, and permanent restraining orders preventing him from contacting any of his victims, including me, Chris, and Amanda. He was also barred from working with surveillance equipment or in any role involving access to private spaces. The family reaction has been complicated and painful. Amanda fully supports me. She's horrified by what Kyle did and grateful I reported him, as it exposed his victimization of her as well. She's in therapy, dealing with the violation and betrayal, and she's been vocal that Kyle deserved every consequence he received. My parents support me completely, recognizing that Kyle committed serious crimes that warranted prosecution. They're appalled by what he did and have cut off all contact with him. But Kyle's family has been hostile and defensive. His parents claim Kyle has psychological problems and needed treatment, not imprisonment. They've said I destroyed their son's life by reporting him instead of confronting him privately or getting him help quietly. They've suggested the whole situation could have been handled through family counseling rather than criminal prosecution. Kyle's brother has been particularly aggressive, calling me vindictive and claiming I overreacted to what he characterized as Kyle's privacy issues. He's said that while Kyle shouldn't have recorded people, sending him to prison and requiring sex offender registration was excessive punishment for someone who just had boundary problems and didn't physically assault anyone. Some extended family members have echoed these sentiments. They acknowledge Kyle's behavior was wrong, but question whether 3 years in prison and lifetime sex offender registration is proportionate to recording people without permission. They've argued that Kyle needs therapy, not incarceration, and that I could have pursued civil remedies without destroying his life through criminal prosecution. A few relatives have suggested I reported Kyle because I was embarrassed about the miscarriage footage and wanted revenge rather than justice. They've implied I was more concerned about my own humiliation than about appropriate consequences for Kyle's actions. But most people who know the full story support my decision completely. Victim advocates from the prosecutor's office have said I did exactly the right thing by reporting immediately. They've explained that voyeurism rarely involves just one victim, and that by reporting Kyle, I protected countless future victims from his predatory behavior. The other victims Kyle recorded have expressed gratitude that I came forward. Several said they'd noticed suspicious devices or had felt uncomfortable around Kyle, but hadn't trusted their instincts. My report validated their concerns and gave them justice they wouldn't have gotten otherwise. Privacy rights advocates who learned about the case have used it as an example of why voyeurism must be prosecuted seriously. They've pointed out that hidden camera technology is increasingly accessible, and that predators like Kyle exploit that technology to violate people in their most private spaces. Mental health professionals I've consulted have confirmed that being secretly recorded during a miscarriage is a severe psychological trauma that compounds the already devastating experience of pregnancy loss. They've validated that Kyle's violation of that moment was particularly cruel, and that my anger and pursuit of prosecution was a healthy response to violation, not vindictiveness. I've struggled with complex emotions, despite believing I did the right thing. Kyle is Amanda's husband, and my relationship with my sister is now complicated by my role in sending her husband to prison. Amanda says she's grateful, but I know she's also dealing with the trauma of her marriage ending and learning her husband was a predator. Kyle's family relationships are permanently destroyed. His parents have lost their son to the prison system. His career in IT is over. He'll never work in technology again with his criminal record and restrictions on handling surveillance equipment. He'll be on the sex offender registry for life, limiting where he can live and work permanently. The footage Kyle recorded of my miscarriage was used as evidence in court and is now part of the public record, though sealed due to its intimate nature. Knowing that video exists in court files, that prosecutors and judges have seen the worst moment of my life, adds another layer of violation. I've asked myself whether I could have handled this differently. Should I have confronted Kyle privately first, giving him a chance to delete the footage and seek help before involving police? Would that have been more ethical? Or would it have allowed a predator to continue victimizing people? The honest answer is, I wanted Kyle to face maximum consequences. He'd violated me in the most intimate way imaginable, recording my miscarriage and sharing it online. He'd turned my trauma into entertainment. I wanted him destroyed, and I used the criminal justice system to accomplish that destruction. But Kyle also victimized multiple people systematically over an extended period. His voyeurism wasn't an isolated incident or momentary lapse in judgment. It was a pattern of predatory behavior. By reporting him, I stopped that pattern and protected future victims. I also think about proportionality. Is 3 years in prison and lifetime sex offender registration proportionate to secretly recording people? Kyle didn't physically assault anyone, but he violated multiple people's most intimate spaces and moments. How do we measure the harm of violation that's not physical, but is deeply psychological? Kyle's attorney argued during sentencing that voyeurism is less serious than contact offenses, and that Kyle's lack of physical violence should warrant leniency. But prosecutors countered that the psychological violation of being secretly recorded in your bedroom, bathroom, or during medical trauma is profound and lasting. So was I right to report Kyle to police, resulting in his 3-year prison sentence and lifetime sex offender registration? Or should I have pursued private resolution that got him into treatment without permanently destroying his life through criminal prosecution? The recording of my miscarriage is evidence in court files forever. Kyle's life is ruined, but he's also stopped from violating anyone else. I don't know if the trade-off was worth it. I protected myself and others, but I also ended a marriage, fractured families, and contributed to someone spending years in prison. I tell myself Kyle made his own choices and faced appropriate consequences, but the weight of those consequences on everyone involved, including innocent people like Amanda, is enormous. The trauma therapist I've been seeing says my decision to prosecute was healthy and appropriate, that I refused to be silenced about violation and held my abuser accountable. But in quiet moments, I wonder if there was a path that protected people without destroying so many lives so completely. I don't think I'll ever have a definitive answer. My cousin plagiarized my research. I ended her academic career permanently. Plagiarized. That's exactly what my cousin Dr. Rachel Morgan, 36F, did when she stole 3 years of my doctoral research and published it under her own name. And I'm 32F. The reason her PhD was revoked, her university position was terminated, and she's now permanently blacklisted from academia. Half my family thinks I righteously defended my intellectual work, while the other half says I destroyed Rachel's career out of jealousy and vindictiveness when I should have resolved this through private conversation instead of formal academic misconduct proceedings. Rachel and I both pursued careers in biomedical research, though we took different paths. I went straight from undergrad to a PhD program at a prestigious research university, focusing on neurodegenerative disease mechanisms. Rachel worked in industry for several years before enrolling in a less competitive doctoral program, studying tangentially related topics in molecular biology. We'd always had a complicated relationship. Rachel was 6 years older and had been the successful cousin throughout our childhoods. Better grades, more awards, more attention from family. When I got accepted to a top-tier PhD program that had rejected Rachel years earlier, the family dynamic shifted uncomfortably. Suddenly, I was the one with prestigious credentials, and Rachel seemed resentful of my trajectory. During my 4th year of doctoral work, I made a significant research breakthrough. I discovered a novel molecular pathway involved in protein aggregation in Alzheimer's disease. This wasn't just incremental science, it was potentially paradigm-shifting work that could lead to new therapeutic approaches. My advisor was excited and encouraged me to publish quickly in a high-impact journal. I was working on the manuscript when Rachel asked to visit my lab for a week. She said she was interested in learning some of our techniques for her own research. My advisor approved the visit, and Rachel spent 5 days in our lab observing experiments, attending lab meetings, and discussing our work. I was generous with sharing my research, showing her unpublished data, and explaining my methodology in detail. She was family, and I trusted her completely. About 3 months after Rachel's visit, my advisor sent me an urgent message. A colleague had forwarded him a newly published paper in a prestigious journal, authored by Rachel and her advisor, that described findings nearly identical to my unpublished breakthrough. The paper covered the same molecular pathway, used similar experimental approaches, and reached conclusions I'd shared with Rachel during her lab visit. I was stunned. I pulled up the paper and read it in disbelief. Rachel had taken my research, the experiments I'd designed, the hypothesis I'd developed, the data I'd generated, and published it as her own work. She'd changed some terminology and added a few supplementary experiments, but the core findings were unmistakably mine. She'd even used a figure arrangement similar to my draft manuscript. My advisor was furious and immediately recognized this as research theft. He had me compile all my lab notebooks, dated computer files, and any correspondence with Rachel showing I'd developed this work before her publication. The documentation was comprehensive. I had 3 years of experimental records proving I'd been working on this pathway long before Rachel's lab visit. My advisor contacted Rachel's university and filed a formal research misconduct complaint. Academic research misconduct is taken extremely seriously. It strikes at the heart of scientific integrity and peer trust. Rachel's university was obligated to investigate thoroughly. The investigation took 6 months and was extraordinarily detailed. Investigators reviewed lab notebooks, electronic files, email correspondence, and interviewed multiple witnesses. They discovered several damning facts. First, Rachel had no prior work or preliminary data on this molecular pathway before her visit to my lab. Her lab notebooks showed she'd been working on completely different projects for the previous 2 years. Suddenly, within weeks of visiting my lab, she'd proposed a new project that was essentially identical to my research. Second, Rachel's lab lacked the specialized equipment and reagents necessary to conduct several key experiments she'd claimed to have performed. The investigation found she'd fabricated portions of her data. She'd taken my experimental results that I'd shown her during her visit and simply claimed she'd generated them independently in her own lab. Third, the timeline was impossible. Rachel's paper showed experiments that would have required at least 18 months to complete, yet she'd submitted the manuscript only 3 months after her visit to my lab. The only explanation was that she'd appropriated my existing data. Fourth, when investigators examined Rachel's raw data files, the metadata showed many had been created or modified during or immediately after her visit to my lab. Some files had naming conventions identical to my lab's system, suggesting she'd literally copied my data files and relabeled them. The evidence was overwhelming. Rachel had visited my lab specifically to steal my research, had taken my unpublished findings and published them as her own. and had fabricated data to cover gaps in her appropriated work. This wasn't an honest mistake or an attribution error. It was deliberate, calculated research theft. During the investigation, Rachel initially denied everything. She claimed she'd developed her findings independently and that any similarity to my work was coincidental convergence of scientific thinking. She suggested I was jealous of her publication in a prestigious journal and was making false accusations to damage her career. But as the evidence mounted, Rachel's defense collapsed. Her advisor, who'd co-authored the paper, claimed he'd had no idea Rachel's work was appropriated and felt betrayed that she'd misled him about her data's origins. He cooperated with investigators and corroborated that Rachel had no preliminary data on this pathway before her visit to my lab. The university's investigation concluded that Rachel had committed serious research misconduct, including data theft, plagiarism, and data fabrication. The consequences were severe and career-ending. Rachel's doctoral degree was revoked. The university determined her dissertation included the stolen research and couldn't stand as legitimate scholarship. She lost her PhD, the credential she'd spent 6 years earning. Her fraudulent paper was retracted from the journal, a public mark of scientific disgrace. The retraction notice explicitly stated the work contained plagiarized findings and fabricated data. Rachel was terminated from her postdoctoral position and was banned from receiving federal research funding for 7 years, effectively blacklisting her from academic research in the United States. The university reported Rachel's misconduct to the Office of Research Integrity, creating a permanent federal record that would follow her to any future research institution. Rachel's advisor's reputation was damaged by association, and several of his other publications came under additional scrutiny, though investigators found no other misconduct. The professional consequences destroyed Rachel's academic career permanently. No reputable research institution would hire someone with a revoked PhD and a federal research misconduct finding. She couldn't return to graduate school to earn a new degree. She was essentially exiled from the scientific community she'd spent a decade trying to join. The family reaction was explosive and bitterly divided. Rachel's parents, my aunt and uncle, were devastated and furious with me. They claimed I'd destroyed Rachel's life over what they characterized as a misunderstanding about shared research. They pressured me to retract my complaint and testify that the investigation had been mistaken. Some family members sided with Rachel, arguing that academia is competitive and collaborative lines get blurred, and that I should have talked to Rachel privately before filing formal misconduct charges. They said Rachel made a mistake, but I'd been vindictive in pursuing maximum consequences rather than seeking private resolution. My parents supported me completely, recognizing that Rachel had committed serious academic fraud. My father, a retired attorney, pointed out that research theft isn't a family matter. It's scientific misconduct that undermines the integrity of published research and wastes resources when other scientists try to build on fraudulent findings. My PhD advisor and research mentors praised my courage in reporting misconduct, despite the personal cost. They emphasized that scientific integrity depends on researchers being willing to expose fraud, even when it involves people they know personally. But the family cost has been enormous. Rachel's career is destroyed. She's now working in an unrelated field for a fraction of the salary she could have earned as a research scientist. Her marriage collapsed under the stress of the scandal. She's told family members she's struggled with depression and that I ruined her life, when I could have just asked her to add me as a co-author instead of destroying her career. Rachel's siblings have stopped speaking to me entirely. They've said I was jealous of Rachel's success and used the plagiarism accusation to damage her out of spite. They point out that I eventually published my own paper and got credit for my work, so my insistence on maximum punishment for Rachel was purely vindictive. Some cousins think both Rachel and I were wrong. Rachel shouldn't have taken my research, but I shouldn't have pursued formal charges that I knew would end her career. They think I should have demanded retraction and co-authorship rather than filing misconduct charges that resulted in her PhD being revoked and her permanent academic blacklisting. Professional colleagues in my field overwhelmingly support my actions. They've said research misconduct can only be deterred if it has serious consequences, and that I did the right thing for scientific integrity, even though it was personally painful. Several have shared stories of their own research being stolen, and their regret at not reporting it. Rachel has attempted to contact me multiple times, alternating between apologizing and blaming me. In some messages, she acknowledges she was wrong to take my research and accepts responsibility. In others, she says I destroyed her entire life and career over an issue that could have been resolved by adding me as a co-author, and that I prioritized punishment over family relationships. I've struggled intensely with guilt, despite believing I made the right choice. Rachel's career is destroyed permanently. She'll never work in research again. Her marriage ended. She's told family she's struggled with suicidal thoughts. The extended family is permanently fractured, with clear sides drawn between those who support me and those who think I went too far. But Rachel also deliberately stole 3 years of my research work, published it as her own, and fabricated data to cover her theft. She exploited family trust to gain access to my lab, then betrayed that trust for professional advancement. She showed no remorse until caught, and even then, only after overwhelming evidence made denial impossible. I've asked myself repeatedly, should I have confronted Rachel privately before filing formal charges? If I'd approached her first, would she have retracted the paper voluntarily and acknowledged the misconduct? Could we have resolved this without destroying her career? The honest answer is, I don't know. Maybe Rachel would have done the right thing if confronted privately. But I also know that research misconduct investigations are designed to be triggered by those who discover it, not handled through private negotiation. The scientific community depends on formal accountability mechanisms. I've also wondered whether the consequences were proportionate. Rachel committed serious misconduct, but was losing her PhD, her career, and her future in science a punishment that fit the crime. Or were the institutional consequences so severe that I should have found a way to hold her accountable without triggering career-ending sanctions? My research was eventually published. I received proper credit, and my career has thrived. But that success came at the cost of permanently destroying Rachel's career and fracturing my extended family. I don't know if defending my research rights justified the totality of what followed. So was I right to file formal research misconduct charges against Rachel, knowing it would likely end her academic career? Or should I have sought private resolution that held her accountable without permanently destroying her professional future? The scientific community supported my choice, but half my family has disowned me, and Rachel's life and career are irreparably damaged. My cousin sabotaged my autism diagnosis. I ended her medical career forever, sabotaged. That's the unforgivable action my cousin, Dr. Vanessa Green, 37-year-old female, took when she deliberately falsified medical records to prevent me, 27-year-old female, from receiving an autism diagnosis I desperately needed. And I'm the reason she's now permanently banned from practicing medicine and facing felony charges. Half my family thinks I heroically exposed dangerous professional misconduct, while the other half says I destroyed Vanessa's 12-year medical career over a difference of clinical opinion that should have been resolved through a second opinion, rather than reporting her to medical boards and prosecutors. I struggled throughout my entire childhood and young adulthood with challenges I couldn't explain. I had extreme difficulty with social interactions, overwhelming sensory sensitivities, rigid need for routine, and intense special interests that consumed my attention. I was constantly exhausted from trying to mask my differences and appear normal, and I experienced frequent meltdowns when overwhelmed. For years, doctors dismissed my struggles as anxiety, depression, or personality quirks. But in my mid-20s, after extensive research, I became convinced I was autistic. Many of my experiences perfectly matched diagnostic criteria for autism spectrum disorder in women, which is frequently missed or misdiagnosed because it presents differently than in men. Getting a formal autism diagnosis as an adult is challenging and expensive. I needed comprehensive psychological testing that cost several $1,000s and required finding a clinician experienced with adult autism presentations. A formal diagnosis would validate my experiences, help me access appropriate support services, and allow me to finally understand myself. I mentioned my self-identification as autistic to my family, and most were supportive or neutral. But Vanessa, who'd recently completed her medical residency and was practicing as a family physician, was dismissive and hostile. She said I was pathologizing normal personality traits and seeking attention through self-diagnosis. Vanessa insisted that if I were actually autistic, it would have been obvious in childhood and would have been diagnosed already. She said adult autism diagnosis was trendy and that many people were falsely claiming autism to excuse social awkwardness or get workplace accommodations they didn't deserve. Despite Vanessa's skepticism, I proceeded with formal evaluation. I found a psychologist, Dr. Chen, who specialized in adult autism assessment, particularly in women. The evaluation involved 3 full days of comprehensive testing, interviews, questionnaires, and review of my developmental history. Dr. Chen's assessment was thorough and conclusive. She diagnosed me with autism spectrum disorder, level 1, requiring support. Her detailed report explained how my presentation fit diagnostic criteria, how my symptoms had been present since childhood but masked, and how my struggles were consistent with autism rather than other conditions like anxiety or personality disorders. The diagnosis was life-changing for me. It explained so much of my life experiences and struggles. It validated that my differences were real and neurological, rather than character flaws or failures. It gave me a framework for understanding myself and accessing support. I was relieved and grateful. But then I learned that Vanessa had interfered with my diagnostic process in ways I'd never imagined possible. During my evaluation, Dr. Chen had requested medical records and collateral information from family members as part of the comprehensive assessment. This is standard practice. Diagnosticians gather information from multiple sources to understand developmental history. Dr. Chen had contacted Vanessa as a family member who could provide childhood observations. Vanessa had responded to Dr. Chen's inquiry, but instead of providing neutral observational information, she'd written a detailed letter, claiming I had no autistic traits in childhood, that I'd been perfectly normal socially, and that my current self-identification was recent and influenced by internet communities. Vanessa's letter to Dr. Chen was filled with false information designed to discredit my autism presentation. She claimed I'd had many friends and no social difficulties as a child. Completely false. I'd been bullied extensively and had struggled to maintain any friendships. She said I'd never had sensory issues. I'd had severe sensory sensitivities that my mother had accommodated. She claimed I'd been flexible and adaptable. I'd had extreme rigidity about routines that had caused family conflict. Every statement in Vanessa's letter contradicted my actual childhood experiences and was contradicted by my mother's detailed recollections and school records. But Vanessa wasn't just giving her subjective recollection. She was deliberately lying to prevent me from receiving an autism diagnosis. Dr. Chen had noted the discrepancy between Vanessa's account and other evidence, but had given more weight to my mother's recollections, school records, and my own detailed self-reporting. The formal diagnosis stood despite Vanessa's interference. But then I discovered something even worse. When I requested my complete medical records from Dr. Chen's office, I found that Vanessa had done more than just write a misleading letter. She'd actually created and submitted fraudulent medical documents. Vanessa had forged, childhood medical records on her clinic's letterhead and submitted them to Dr. Chen's office. These fake documents purported to be from my pediatric medical history and contained fabricated notes claiming I'd been evaluated for social difficulties as a child and had been conclusively ruled out for autism spectrum disorder. These documents were complete fabrications. I'd never been evaluated for autism as a child. It wasn't commonly diagnosed in girls in the 1990s and early 2000s. The documents contained dates, medical terminology, and clinical notes that appeared legitimate, but they documented evaluations and assessments that had never occurred. Vanessa had used her medical credentials and access to medical documentation systems to create fraudulent records specifically designed to prevent me from receiving an accurate autism diagnosis. She'd committed medical fraud and forgery to interfere with my health care. I was absolutely horrified. Vanessa hadn't just disagreed with my self-assessment. She'd used her position as a physician to actively sabotage my medical care through falsified records. This wasn't a difference of clinical opinion. This was deliberate fraud designed to prevent me from accessing diagnosis and treatment. I reported Vanessa to the state medical board, providing all the evidence: the forged medical documents, Dr. Chen's notes documenting the discrepancies, and documentation proving the evaluations described in Vanessa's fraudulent records had never occurred. I also filed a police report for forgery and fraud. Creating fake medical documents is a crime, and I wanted Vanessa prosecuted criminally in addition to facing professional discipline. The medical board investigation was thorough and damning. Investigators verified that the childhood medical records Vanessa had submitted were completely fabricated. No corresponding records existed in any legitimate medical system. The supposed treating physicians didn't exist or had never treated me, and the documented evaluations had never occurred. Investigators also discovered this wasn't Vanessa's first ethical violation. She'd previously falsified medical records for several patients to deny them diagnoses or treatments she personally disapproved of, including denying a patient's request for gender-affirming care by fabricating contraindications in their medical history. Vanessa had a pattern of using her medical credentials to impose her personal beliefs on patients' healthcare by manipulating or fabricating medical records. She'd been using her power as a physician to control patients' access to diagnoses and treatments based on her own biases rather than medical evidence. The medical board revoked Vanessa's medical license permanently. They found she'd committed serious professional misconduct, including medical fraud, falsification of records, and violating patient rights to accurate diagnosis and treatment. The revocation meant Vanessa could never practice medicine again in any state. Her employer immediately terminated her. The clinic also faced scrutiny for inadequate oversight that had allowed Vanessa to create fraudulent documents using their systems. The criminal case proceeded separately. Prosecutors charged Vanessa with multiple counts of forgery, fraud, and computer crimes related to creating fake medical documents in electronic health record systems. The evidence was overwhelming. Forensic analysis showed Vanessa had created the documents. The content was provably false, and she'd knowingly submitted them to interfere with my health care. Vanessa accepted a plea deal: 18 months in prison, 3 years probation, and permanent ban from working in healthcare. She was also ordered to pay restitution for the costs of investigating her fraud and the therapy expenses I incurred dealing with the trauma of having my medical care sabotaged. The family reaction has been catastrophic and intensely divided. My mother fully supports me and is horrified by what Vanessa did. She'd provided accurate childhood observations to Dr. Chen and was shocked to learn Vanessa had contradicted her with fabricated information. But Vanessa's parents, my aunt and uncle, are devastated and furious with me. They claim I destroyed Vanessa's medical career over a family disagreement about diagnosis, and that I should have simply ignored Vanessa's letter to Dr. Chen, rather than investigating further and reporting her to authorities. They've argued that Vanessa was concerned about overdiagnosis of autism, and was trying to protect me from receiving an inaccurate label. They say her methods were misguided, but her intentions were caring, and that criminal prosecution was vindictive overreaction. Several relatives agree with this characterization. They acknowledge Vanessa shouldn't have created fake medical records, but they think reporting her to medical boards and prosecutors was excessive. They argue I could have simply gotten my diagnosis, which I did, and confronted Vanessa privately about her interference, rather than destroying her entire medical career. They've pointed out that Vanessa spent 12 years training to become a physician, 4 years of medical school, 3 years of residency, massive student loan debt, and now that career is permanently ended. She's facing prison time, has a felony criminal record, and will never practice medicine again. They say I prioritized revenge over recognizing that Vanessa made mistakes based on genuine, if misguided, concern. Vanessa's husband has called me vindictive and cruel. He said Vanessa's career is destroyed, their family is facing financial ruin from legal fees and lost income, and their young children are suffering because I couldn't let go of a disagreement about medical diagnosis. But many people strongly support my actions. Disability rights advocates have praised my reporting, noting that medical professionals who falsify records to deny patients diagnoses or treatment must be held accountable. They've said Vanessa's behavior represents a serious violation of medical ethics and patient rights. Autism advocacy organizations have highlighted my case as an example of the medical gatekeeping and bias that autistic adults, particularly women, face when seeking diagnosis. They've argued that physicians who use their authority to prevent patients from accessing accurate diagnosis deserve career-ending consequences. Dr. Chen, my diagnosing psychologist, submitted a statement supporting my report to medical boards. She explained that Vanessa's fraudulent documents and misleading letter had complicated the diagnostic process and could have resulted in an incorrect assessment if she'd given them more weight. She said my reporting protected future patients from similar manipulation. Medical ethics experts who've learned about the case have said falsifying medical records is among the most serious violations a physician can commit. They've noted it undermines the entire foundation of medical practice and that permanent license revocation is appropriate. Other patients Vanessa had harmed came forward after her case became public. A transgender patient shared that Vanessa had fabricated medical contraindications to prevent them from accessing gender-affirming care. Several others described instances where Vanessa had manipulated records or provided false information to insurance companies to deny coverage for treatments she personally disapproved of. I've struggled with guilt, despite believing I did the right thing. Vanessa's medical career is permanently destroyed. 12 years of training and her life's professional ambition ended. Her family faces financial devastation. Her children are growing up knowing their mother committed crimes and lost her medical license. But Vanessa also deliberately created fake medical documents to prevent me from receiving an accurate diagnosis. She abused her medical credentials to interfere with my healthcare based on her personal biases. She'd done the same thing to other vulnerable patients. Her pattern of misconduct endangered people who trusted her as their physician. I've asked myself whether I should have confronted Vanessa privately before filing formal complaints. Could I have forced her to confess and surrender her license voluntarily, avoiding criminal prosecution? Would that have been more ethical? Or would it have allowed her to potentially continue practicing and harming other patients? The honest answer is, I wanted Vanessa to face maximum consequences. She'd violated my medical privacy, falsified records, and tried to prevent me from understanding my own neurology. I wanted her medical career destroyed, and I wanted her prosecuted criminally. I used every available avenue to ensure her complete professional destruction. But Vanessa also committed serious crimes that extended beyond just harming me. Her pattern of falsifying records affected multiple patients. By reporting her, I potentially protected countless future patients from having their medical care manipulated by a physician willing to create fraudulent documents to impose her personal beliefs. So was I right to report Vanessa to medical boards and prosecutors after she falsified records to prevent my autism diagnosis, knowing it would permanently end her medical career? Or should I have confronted her privately and sought resolution that removed her from my care without destroying her professionally? My diagnosis stands. Vanessa is in prison, but her family is devastated, and I don't know if justice required that totality of consequences. My father-in-law forged documents to take my children. I had him imprisoned forged. That's exactly what my father-in-law, Richard, 67 male, did when he created fake court documents to claim legal custody of my children after my husband's death. And I'm 33-year-old female. The reason he's now serving 4 years in federal prison for forgery and kidnapping conspiracy. Half my family thinks I protected my children from a dangerous manipulator, while the other half says I destroyed an elderly grieving man who just wanted to help raise his grandchildren and should have resolved our custody disagreement through family mediation rather than federal prosecution. My husband, Daniel, died unexpectedly from a heart attack 8 months ago at age 35. His death was sudden, devastating, and left me as a widowed single mother to our 2 children, Emma, 7 female, and Lucas, 5 male. The grief was overwhelming, but I was determined to maintain stability for my children while we all processed the loss. Daniel's father, Richard, had always been overbearing and controlling. He'd never approved of me marrying Daniel, believing I wasn't good enough for his son. Throughout our marriage, Richard had been critical, judgmental, and undermining, constantly suggesting Daniel had married beneath his potential. After Daniel's death, Richard became increasingly intrusive. He'd show up at our house unannounced, criticize my parenting, and make comments about how the children needed proper guidance now that their father was gone. He'd tell Emma and Lucas that I was struggling and that they might need to come live with Grandpa to be properly cared for. I set boundaries clearly. I told Richard he was welcome to visit his grandchildren, but needed to respect that I was their mother and primary caregiver. I said his critical comments were inappropriate and damaging. Richard responded by becoming more hostile, suggesting I was keeping the children from him and isolating them from their father's family. Then 2 months ago, something horrifying happened. I went to pick Emma and Lucas up from school, but the office staff told me the children had already been picked up by their grandfather using court-authorized custody documentation. They showed me papers that appeared to be official court orders granting Richard temporary emergency custody of Emma and Lucas due to my alleged neglect and inability to provide adequate care. I was terrified and confused. I'd never been involved in any custody proceedings. I'd never been investigated for neglect. There were no court cases or Child Protective Services involvement. These documents made no sense. I immediately called police and explained that my children had been taken by their grandfather using what I believed were fraudulent documents. Officers went to Richard's house and found Emma and Lucas there. Richard claimed he had legal custody based on the documents and initially refused to return the children. Police examined the supposed court orders more carefully. The documents had numerous red flags. The case numbers didn't match any real court cases. The judge's signature appeared forged. The court seal looked unofficial, and the legal language was incorrect. These were fake documents, designed to look legitimate enough to fool school staff, but that wouldn't withstand scrutiny. Police detained Richard and returned Emma and Lucas to me. My children were frightened and confused. Richard had told them I'd agreed they should live with him, and that this was what Daddy would have wanted. He'd essentially kidnapped them using forged documents while manipulating them emotionally. Investigation revealed the full scope of Richard's plan. He'd created the fake custody documents himself using online templates and a home printer. He'd researched court document formats, had fabricated a judge's signature, and had created fake case numbers that looked plausible. He'd been planning this for weeks. Richard had also contacted the children's school in advance, explaining that there was ongoing custody litigation and that he might need to pick up the children using court authorization. He'd laid groundwork to make the school staff less suspicious when he showed up with the forged documents. Most disturbing, Richard had prepared Emma and Lucas's rooms at his house with all their belongings. He'd apparently been planning to keep them permanently, not just for a temporary visit. He'd enrolled them in a new school district, had transferred their medical records, and had even applied for Social Security benefits as their legal guardian. Richard hadn't intended a temporary kidnapping. He'd planned to permanently take custody of my children using fraudulent court documents, and had been systematically preparing to establish them in his home. Prosecutors charged Richard with multiple serious felonies: forgery of court documents, kidnapping, taking children from a legal guardian using fraud, identity theft, using a forged judge's signature, and conspiracy to deprive parental rights. Because the forged documents involved federal court seals and crossed state jurisdiction issues, some charges were federal offenses. Richard's attorney tried to frame this as a grandparent rights dispute gone wrong. He argued Richard was a grieving father who'd lost his son and was desperately trying to ensure his grandchildren were properly cared for. He suggested Richard's methods were misguided, but his intentions were protective. But the evidence of premeditation was overwhelming. Richard had researched forgery techniques, had practiced creating fake court seals, had detailed plans for permanently keeping the children, and had manipulated school staff and my children to execute his scheme. This wasn't confused grief. It was calculated kidnapping. Richard was convicted on federal charges and sentenced to 4 years in federal prison, followed by 5 years of supervised release. He was also issued a permanent restraining order preventing any contact with me, Emma, or Lucas without court supervision. He lost all unsupervised grandparent access rights permanently. The family reaction has been explosive and deeply divisive. Daniel's mother divorced Richard after his conviction. She was horrified by what he'd done and couldn't reconcile staying married to someone who'd tried to kidnap her grandchildren using forged documents. Daniel's siblings are split. His brother supports me completely, recognizing that Richard committed serious crimes that endangered the children and violated my rights as their mother. Daniel's sister thinks I should have handled this privately, and that pressing criminal charges was excessive and vindictive. Richard's extended family, Daniel's aunts, uncles, and cousins, largely support Richard. They claim he was desperate to protect his grandchildren, and that his methods were extreme, but driven by genuine concern. They've suggested I was struggling as a single parent, and Richard was trying to help in a misguided way. Several relatives have accused me of destroying an elderly man's final years of freedom over a family custody disagreement that should have been resolved through family court rather than criminal prosecution. They argue Richard is 67 and will be 71 when released, essentially sentencing him to spend his remaining healthy years in prison. They've pointed out that Richard lost his son, his marriage, and his freedom, and that I could have been more compassionate toward a grieving father. They've suggested my insistence on criminal prosecution rather than civil custody proceedings showed vindictiveness and inability to forgive. But legal experts and child safety advocates have uniformly supported the prosecution. Attorneys specializing in family law have said Richard's actions represent one of the most serious violations possible: using forged legal documents to kidnap children from a fit parent. Child welfare professionals have explained that Richard's conduct wasn't about grandparent rights or concern for the children's welfare. It was about control and entitlement. His elaborate planning, manipulation of the children, and preparation to permanently keep them showed dangerous obsession rather than protective grandparenting. Parental rights organizations have used my case in advocacy materials about custodial kidnapping and parental alienation. They've noted that family members who resort to forgery and kidnapping to obtain custody demonstrate exactly why they shouldn't have custody. The judge who sentenced Richard was particularly harsh in his comments. He noted that forging court documents strikes at the heart of the legal system's integrity, and that using those fraudulent documents to kidnap children compounds the severity. He said Richard's age and grief weren't mitigating factors when his conduct was so calculated and dangerous. Emma and Lucas are in therapy, processing the trauma. They're confused about why Grandpa lied and took them away from Mommy. They've had to learn that sometimes people they love do dangerous things, even when those people claim to be helping. The therapist says they'll carry this experience for life, and that my decision to prosecute protected them from ongoing manipulation. I've struggled with guilt about the impact on Daniel's mother and siblings. They lost Daniel, and now they've lost access to their grandchildren, nieces and nephews, because of Richard's actions and the resulting restraining orders. They're collateral damage in a situation where I was protecting my children, but that cost them relationships. Richard's imprisonment has also affected his ability to grieve his son. He's spent the time since Daniel's death either planning kidnapping, facing prosecution, or incarcerated. He never got healthy closure or processing of his grief, instead channeling it into obsession with controlling his grandchildren. But Richard also forged court documents, lied to school staff, manipulated my young children, and kidnapped them with plans to permanently keep them. He didn't make an impulsive mistake. He planned for weeks, executed a sophisticated fraud, and traumatized my children in the process. I've asked myself whether I'd have pressed criminal charges if Richard had returned the children immediately when police arrived, if he'd shown remorse, if the kidnapping had been shorter. The honest answer is probably yes. The forged documents and planning showed such dangerous calculation that he couldn't be trusted. I've also wondered whether I was influenced by my fear in those hours when I didn't know where my children were, when I thought someone had taken them legally and I might not get them back. That terror might have made me less forgiving, more determined to see Richard face maximum consequences. But prosecutors and investigators have said Richard's conduct deserved federal prosecution, regardless of any personal motivation I had. Forging court documents to kidnap children is among the most serious family law crimes possible. His planning, manipulation, and preparation to permanently keep the children elevated this beyond ordinary custodial interference. My children are safe, living with me, and slowly healing from the trauma. But they've lost their grandfather. Their extended paternal family relationships are complicated by restraining orders, and they'll grow up knowing their grandfather is in prison, partly because I pressed charges. Richard will be released when he's 71, with limited years left, a felony record, and permanent restrictions on contact with his grandchildren. His marriage ended, his reputation is destroyed, and he'll die knowing he committed federal crimes against his own grandchildren in his grief and obsession. So was I right to cooperate fully with federal prosecution after Richard forged documents to kidnap my children? The alternative would have been dropping charges, pursuing only civil remedies, and potentially allowing a manipulative man continued access to my children. Every expert says I protected them appropriately, but the family cost has been enormous, and I'll never stop questioning whether there was a path that secured my children's safety without federal prison for their grieving grandfather. The question that haunts me isn't whether Richard's actions were criminal. They clearly were. It's whether the punishment fit the crime in a way that balanced justice with compassion for a grieving elderly man, and whether my children will someday understand why I made the choice that kept them safe, but took away their grandfather forever. My father-in-law scammed my disabled husband. I sent him to federal prison scammed. That's the only word that accurately describes what my father-in-law, Richard, 64, male, did when he exploited my husband's disability to steal nearly $400,000 from him. And I'm 33, female. The reason Richard is now serving an 8-year federal prison sentence for financial exploitation of a vulnerable adult and fraud. Half my family thinks I heroically protected my husband from a predator, while the other half says I destroyed a sick, elderly man's final years of freedom because I couldn't handle complicated family financial decisions and should have pursued civil remedies instead of criminal prosecution. My husband, Tom, 35, was in a severe car accident 4 years ago that left him with a traumatic brain injury. He survived and has made remarkable progress through extensive rehabilitation, but he has permanent cognitive impairments affecting memory, processing speed, and executive function. Tom can have conversations, manage daily routines with support, and lives a meaningful life, but he struggles with complex decisions and financial management. Before the accident, Tom was a successful software engineer earning $160,000 annually. His injury left him unable to work, but he received a substantial settlement from the accident, approximately $2.1 million to cover lifetime medical costs, lost wages, and pain and suffering. Managing this settlement responsibly was crucial to ensuring Tom's long-term security and care. I became Tom's legal guardian after the accident, which gave me authority to manage his finances and make major decisions on his behalf. This role came with significant responsibility. I needed to ensure Tom's settlement funds were invested wisely and used appropriately for his care and quality of life. Richard, Tom's father, had always presented himself as financially sophisticated. He'd worked in banking for 30 years and positioned himself as the family's financial expert. When Tom received his settlement, Richard offered to help manage the funds. He said his professional experience would be valuable and that keeping Tom's money in the family was better than paying expensive financial advisors. I was initially grateful for Richard's offer. Managing $2.1 million was intimidating, and having someone with banking experience help seemed sensible. Richard suggested creating a trust for Tom's benefit with himself as trustee, arguing this would provide professional management while keeping everything within family oversight. I consulted with an attorney before agreeing, and we structured the trust with specific limitations. Richard could make investment decisions for the trust assets, but any distribution over $10,000 required my written approval as Tom's guardian. This seemed like reasonable oversight. Richard could manage the investments professionally, while I maintained control over major expenditures. For the first year, everything seemed fine. Richard provided regular statements showing Tom's settlement was invested conservatively and growing modestly. We'd meet quarterly to review the trust, and Richard would explain investment decisions in detail. I trusted him completely. He was Tom's father, had decades of banking experience, and seemed genuinely devoted to ensuring Tom's financial security. But about 18 months into this arrangement, I started noticing irregularities. The quarterly statements Richard provided showed lower balances than I'd expected based on previous statements and our minimal distributions. When I asked about the decreased balances, Richard explained we'd had market losses and some necessary fee payments to advisors and attorneys helping manage the trust. I accepted these explanations initially, but something felt wrong. I'd been researching investment basics, and the market hadn't experienced significant downturns during the period Richard described. The losses he mentioned didn't align with broad market performance. I requested detailed transaction records from the bank holding Tom's trust account. What I discovered was absolutely devastating. Richard had been systematically stealing from Tom's settlement for over a year. The trust account showed numerous unauthorized transfers that Richard had concealed from me. He'd transferred approximately $380,000 from Tom's trust into various personal accounts, shell companies he controlled, and investments that primarily benefited Richard rather than Tom. The theft was sophisticated and deliberate. Richard would make legitimate investment transactions to maintain the appearance of proper management, while simultaneously executing fraudulent transfers he'd hide from the statements he provided to me. He'd created fake advisor fee documents to justify some transfers, had falsified bank statements to conceal others, and had used his banking industry knowledge to structure transactions that would avoid immediate detection. When I confronted Richard with the bank records, he initially denied everything. Then he claimed he'd borrowed the money temporarily for a business opportunity that would benefit Tom. Then he said some transfers were reimbursements for expenses he'd incurred on Tom's behalf. His story kept changing as each lie was exposed. I immediately consulted with our attorney, who was horrified. This wasn't poor financial management or even civil misappropriation. It was criminal fraud and exploitation of a disabled adult. Richard had used his position of trust to systematically steal from his brain-injured son. The attorney recommended filing a police report immediately. I reported Richard to both state and federal authorities. Because the theft involved wire transfers across state lines and totaled nearly $400,000, federal prosecutors became interested. The FBI investigated for 4 months and built an overwhelming case against Richard. The investigation revealed Richard's motivation. He'd been facing serious financial problems, including business debts, tax liens, and threatened foreclosure on his home. He'd seen Tom's settlement as a solution to his own financial crisis and had exploited his son's disability and my trust to steal systematically. Federal prosecutors charged Richard with wire fraud, theft from a person with disability, exploitation of a vulnerable adult, and financial elder abuse. Tom's cognitive disability qualified him as vulnerable under federal statutes, despite being only 35. The charges carried potential sentences of up to 20 years combined. Richard's attorney tried to negotiate a plea deal, but prosecutors weren't interested in leniency. The exploitation of a disabled family member made this a particularly egregious case in their view. They also wanted to send a message that financial exploitation of vulnerable adults would be prosecuted aggressively. The case went to trial. I testified about Richard's theft, the concealment, and the impact on Tom's long-term care and security. Tom's medical providers testified about his cognitive limitations and vulnerability to exploitation. Forensic accountants documented the sophisticated theft scheme. The evidence was overwhelming and clear. Richard was convicted on all counts. The judge sentenced him to 8 years in federal prison, followed by 5 years of supervised release. He was ordered to pay full restitution of $380,000 plus interest and penalties, though prosecutors acknowledged Richard had few assets and likely could never repay most of what he'd stolen. The family reaction has been explosive, bitter, and deeply divisive. Richard's wife, Tom's mother, Barbara, is devastated and furious with me. She claims Richard was trying to help and made mistakes under financial stress, but didn't deserve prison at 64 years old. She said I destroyed an elderly man's life when I could have simply removed Richard as trustee and pursued civil recovery without criminal prosecution. Tom's siblings are split. His brother Jake supports me completely, recognizing that Richard committed serious crimes against his own disabled son and deserved prosecution. Tom's sister Emma thinks Richard's actions were terrible, but that 8 years in prison for a 64-year-old man is excessive, and that I should have advocated for leniency once he was convicted. Extended family members have been harsh and judgmental. Several have accused me of being vindictive and destroying the family because I couldn't forgive financial mistakes. They framed Richard as a desperate man who made poor choices under stress, not a criminal who deserves 8 years in prison. Richard's friends and former colleagues have rallied to his defense, creating a social media campaign suggesting he's a victim of overzealous prosecution and a vindictive daughter-in-law. They've claimed Richard was just trying to help his disabled son, and that the financial transactions were misunderstood rather than theft. Barbara has said she'll never forgive me, and has told family members I'm dead to her. She's particularly bitter because Richard's incarceration means he'll likely die in prison or shortly after release. At 64, an 8-year sentence essentially takes his remaining healthy years, She says I've stolen her husband's final years of freedom over money. Some family members have suggested I was always looking for ways to exclude Richard from Tom's life and used the financial situation as an excuse to eliminate him. They've implied I was jealous of Tom's relationship with his father and wanted to be the sole authority figure in Tom's life, so I exaggerated financial irregularities into criminal charges. But others strongly support my actions. Tom's advocate from his brain injury support group said, "I did exactly what a good guardian should do. Protect Tom from exploitation, regardless of who the perpetrator was." She said family members are frequently the ones who exploit disabled adults because they have access and trust. The attorney who helped me structure Tom's trust said Richard's exploitation was among the most egregious she'd seen, a father systematically stealing from his brain-injured son over an extended period. She said criminal prosecution was absolutely appropriate, and that Richard's age didn't excuse his calculated fraud. Disability rights advocates who learned about the case have praised my decision to pursue criminal charges. They've said financial exploitation of people with disabilities is dramatically underreported and under-prosecuted, and that family members are the most common perpetrators. They argue that only serious criminal consequences will deter this type of abuse. Several families dealing with similar situations have contacted me to share their stories and thank me for taking a stand. They've described how family members exploited their disabled loved ones financially, and how they struggled with whether to pursue criminal charges against relatives. I've struggled with enormous guilt, despite believing I did the right thing. Richard is Tom's father, and now Tom has effectively lost his dad because I sent him to prison. Barbara, who has been a supportive mother-in-law in many ways, now hates me. Tom's extended family is fractured with people forced to choose sides. Richard was 64 when sentenced and will be 72 when released. His health is declining, and there's a real possibility he'll die in prison. I'm responsible for an elderly man spending his final years incarcerated rather than with his family. But Richard also stole $380,000 from his brain-injured son, money that was supposed to ensure Tom's lifetime care and security. He exploited Tom's disability and my trust systematically over more than a year. He lied repeatedly when confronted and showed no genuine remorse until facing prison. I've asked myself repeatedly, should I have pursued civil litigation to recover the money without filing criminal charges? Would that have been more appropriate, getting the funds back without sending Richard to prison? Or would that have allowed serious exploitation to go unpunished and potentially enabled Richard to victimize others? I've also wondered about the prosecutor's role. Once I filed the police report, federal prosecutors took over and pursued maximum charges. They weren't interested in plea deals or leniency. Could I have advocated for a lighter sentence while still holding Richard accountable? Or was that not my decision once the criminal justice system was involved? The settlement funds we recovered, we got back about $120,000 through asset seizures. The rest is likely unrecoverable. Are being managed by a professional fiduciary now, with strict oversight. Tom's long-term care is less secure than it should have been because of his father's theft. But Richard is in federal prison, and that's partly because I insisted on criminal charges rather than civil resolution. So, was I right to report Richard to federal authorities, leading to his 8-year prison sentence for stealing from his disabled son? Or should I have pursued civil remedies that would have recovered funds without incarcerating an elderly man? Tom is protected now. Justice was served. But Richard is dying in prison, and my family is permanently destroyed. I don't know if I made the right choice, and the moral weight of it keeps me awake at night. My grandfather changed his will to leave everything to my addict uncle. I proved undue influence changed. That's what my beloved grandfather's will mysteriously did 3 weeks before his death, suddenly leaving his entire $3.2 million estate to my uncle, Derek, 48 male, instead of splitting it among his 4 grandchildren as he'd promised for decades. And I'm 29 female, the reason Derek's inheritance was invalidated, and he's now facing elder exploitation charges. Half my family thinks I saved my grandfather's true wishes from manipulation, while the other half says I destroyed Derek during his grief because I couldn't accept being disinherited and should have respected my grandfather's final decisions regardless of circumstances. My grandfather, Robert, built a successful manufacturing business over 40 years and accumulated substantial wealth. He had 2 children, my mother, who died of cancer when I was 19, and Derek. After my mother's death, Grandpa Robert became even closer to me and my 3 cousins, Derek's children. He explicitly told us many times that he'd leave his estate divided equally among the 4 of us grandchildren, with nothing going to Derek. The reason for excluding Derek was painful but clear. Derek had been addicted to opioids for over 15 years. He'd stolen from family members, had been fired from multiple jobs, had cycled through rehab programs unsuccessfully, and had caused Grandpa Robert enormous pain and financial loss. Grandpa had tried everything to help Derek, but eventually concluded that leaving him money would just fund continued addiction. Grandpa's estate plan was clear and had been consistent for years. His will, last updated 5 years ago, left his assets divided equally among his 4 grandchildren, me, and Derek's 3 children, my cousins, Alex, 26 female, Sophia, 24 female, and Isabel, 22 female. This meant each grandchild would inherit approximately $800,000. Derek was explicitly excluded, with language stating this was intentional due to his substance abuse issues. Grandpa Robert was diagnosed with terminal lung cancer 10 months ago. His prognosis was 6 to 9 months. Despite his illness, he remained mentally sharp and clear-minded throughout his treatment. He lived independently until his final month, when he required hospice care at home. Derek, who'd been largely absent from Grandpa's life for years due to their strained relationship, suddenly began visiting daily during Grandpa's final months. This seemed like a positive development, a chance for reconciliation before death. The family encouraged the visits, hoping Derek and Grandpa could make peace. Grandpa died peacefully in hospice care. We held a funeral, grieved together, and began the process of settling his estate. Then came the devastating surprise. Grandpa's attorney informed us there was a new will, dated just 3 weeks before his death. This new will completely reversed Grandpa's estate plan. It left his entire $3.2 million estate to Derek alone, with nothing to the 4 grandchildren who'd been his stated heirs for years. The will included language stating that Grandpa had reconsidered and wanted to give Derek one final chance, and that he trusted Derek had overcome his addiction and would use the inheritance wisely. My cousins and I were shocked and devastated. This didn't sound like Grandpa Robert at all. He'd been absolutely adamant for years that Derek's addiction made him an unsuitable heir. He'd never indicated any change of heart, even during Derek's increased visits. Something felt deeply wrong. We hired an estate litigation attorney to investigate. What we discovered was far worse than we'd imagined. The attorney obtained medical records showing Grandpa had been on high-dose pain medications during his final month due to cancer-related pain. These medications can cause confusion, impaired judgment, and increased susceptibility to manipulation. During the exact period when the new will was signed, Grandpa had been on medication dosages that could significantly impair decision-making. More investigation revealed disturbing facts about the circumstances of the will change. The attorney who drafted the new will wasn't Grandpa's longtime estate attorney. It was a new lawyer Derek had brought to Grandpa's home. This attorney had never met Grandpa before, had no understanding of his long-stated intentions, and had drafted the new will entirely based on Derek's representations about what Grandpa wanted. The witnesses who'd signed the new will were Derek's friends, not independent parties. One witness later admitted under deposition that Derek had coached him about what to say if asked about Grandpa's mental state, and that Grandpa had seemed confused and tired during the signing, but Derek had insisted he was fine. We also discovered Derek had been isolating Grandpa during those final weeks. He'd told hospice staff that Grandpa didn't want visitors, had screened phone calls, and had prevented me and my cousins from visiting during the crucial period when the new will was drafted and signed. Derek had systematically cut off Grandpa's contact with people who would have questioned the will change. Bank records showed Derek had withdrawn $15,000 from Grandpa's accounts during this period, using a power of attorney Grandpa had previously given him for emergency purposes. Derek had used this money to pay off his drug debts and fund his continued substance use. Most damning, we found a recording on Grandpa's phone, apparently accidental, where Derek could be heard pressuring Grandpa to change his will. In the recording, Grandpa sounds confused and keeps asking, "Why are these people here?" while Derek repeatedly says, "You want to help me, right, Dad? You want to give me the money so I can get better, right?" Grandpa's responses are slurred and uncertain, and he never clearly agrees to anything. Our attorney filed a will contest arguing undue influence, lack of testamentary capacity, and elder financial exploitation. We presented all the evidence, the medical records showing Grandpa's impaired state, the suspicious circumstances of the new will's drafting, Derek's isolation tactics, the coercive recording, and testimony from Grandpa's longtime attorney, who stated the new will was completely inconsistent with Grandpa's adamant, long-stated intentions. We also filed a criminal complaint against Derek for elder financial exploitation. Prosecutors investigated and charged Derek with exploitation of an elderly person, undue influence, and theft, for the unauthorized withdrawal of $15,000. The civil trial was emotionally brutal. Derek's attorney argued that Grandpa had the right to change his will for any reason, that reconciliation with his son was legitimate grounds for changing estate plans, and that we were just greedy heirs upset about being disinherited. But the evidence was overwhelming. Medical experts testified that Grandpa's medication regimen during the period when the new will was signed would have significantly impaired his judgment and made him highly susceptible to manipulation. The forensic accountant documented Derek's financial desperation and drug debts. The recording of Derek pressuring Grandpa was played in court. Most powerfully, Grandpa's longtime attorney testified that he'd spoken with Grandpa just 4 weeks before his death, 1 week before the new will was drafted, and Grandpa had explicitly reaffirmed his intention to leave everything to his grandchildren, stating, "Derek will just waste it on drugs, and I won't enable that even from my grave." The probate court invalidated the new will, finding it was the product of undue influence, executed when Grandpa lacked testamentary capacity due to medication-induced impairment. The court reinstated Grandpa's previous will, restoring the equal split among 4 grandchildren. Derek received nothing. More investigation revealed disturbing facts about the circumstances of the will change. The attorney who drafted the new will wasn't Grandpa's longtime estate attorney. It was a new lawyer Derek had brought to Grandpa's home. This attorney had never met Grandpa before, had no understanding of his long-stated intentions, and had drafted the new will entirely based on Derek's representations about what Grandpa wanted. The witnesses who'd signed the new will were Derek's friends, not independent parties. One witness later admitted under deposition that Derek had coached him about what to say if asked about Grandpa's mental state, and that Grandpa had seemed confused and tired during the signing, but Derek had insisted he was fine. We also discovered Derek had been isolating Grandpa during those final weeks. He'd told hospice staff that Grandpa didn't want visitors, had screened phone calls, and had prevented me and my cousins from visiting during the crucial period when the new will was drafted and signed. Derek had systematically cut off Grandpa's contact with people who would have questioned the will change. Bank records showed Derek had withdrawn $15,000 from Grandpa's accounts during this period, using a power of attorney Grandpa had previously given him for emergency purposes. Derek had used this money to pay off his drug debts and fund his continued substance use. Most damning, We found a recording on Grandpa's phone, apparently accidental, where Derek could be heard pressuring Grandpa to change his will. In the recording, Grandpa sounds confused and keeps asking, "Why are these people here?" While Derek repeatedly says, "You want to help me, right, Dad? You want to give me the money so I can get better, right?" Grandpa's responses are slurred and uncertain, and he never clearly agrees to anything. Our attorney filed a will contest, arguing undue influence, lack of testamentary capacity, and elder financial exploitation. We presented all the evidence: the medical records showing Grandpa's impaired state, the suspicious circumstances of the new will's drafting, Derek's isolation tactics, the coercive recording, and testimony from Grandpa's longtime attorney, who stated the new will was completely inconsistent with Grandpa's adamant, long-stated intentions. We also filed a criminal complaint against Derek for elder financial exploitation. Prosecutors investigated and charged Derek with exploitation of an elderly person, undue influence, and theft for the unauthorized withdrawal of $15,000. The civil trial was emotionally brutal. Derek's attorney argued that Grandpa had the right to change his will for any reason, that reconciliation with his son was legitimate grounds for changing estate plans, and that we were just greedy heirs upset about being disinherited. But the evidence was overwhelming. Medical experts testified that Grandpa's medication regimen during the period when the new will was signed would have significantly impaired his judgment and made him highly susceptible to manipulation. The forensic accountant documented Derek's financial desperation and drug debts. The recording of Derek pressuring Grandpa was played in court. Most powerfully, Grandpa's longtime attorney testified that he'd spoken with Grandpa just 4 weeks before his death, 1 week before the new will was drafted, and Grandpa had explicitly reaffirmed his intention to leave everything to his grandchildren, stating, "Derek will just waste it on drugs, and I won't enable that even from my grave." The probate court invalidated the new will, finding it was the product of undue influence, executed when Grandpa lacked testamentary capacity due to medication-induced impairment. The court reinstated Grandpa's previous will, restoring the equal split among 4 grandchildren. Derek received nothing. My mother poisoned my wedding. I exposed her financial crimes to the IRS. Poisoned. That's not hyperbole. That's literally what my mother, Diane, 59 Regid female, did when she deliberately contaminated the catering at my wedding reception to sabotage my marriage. And I'm, 31 Regid female, the reason she's now facing 5 years in federal prison for tax evasion and fraud. Half my family thinks I'm a hero who stopped a dangerous narcissist, while the other half says I destroyed my elderly mother's life over a wedding dispute that should have been handled through family therapy, instead of involving federal authorities. My relationship with my mother has always been complicated. Diane is a textbook narcissist who cannot tolerate anyone else receiving attention or happiness. My entire childhood was marked by her need to be the center of every situation, her rage when she wasn't, and her systematic undermining of my achievements and relationships. When I got engaged to my now husband, Marcus, 32-year-old male, my mother's behavior escalated. She hated Marcus from the start because he saw through her manipulation and encouraged me to set boundaries. She'd make passive-aggressive comments about our relationship, predict our marriage would fail, and tell relatives I was making a mistake. Despite her hostility, I invited her to the wedding because completely excluding her felt too nuclear and would fracture the family irreparably. I set strict boundaries. She could attend as a guest but would have no planning role or special recognition beyond being introduced as my mother during the reception. Diane was furious about being demoted to guest status at her daughter's wedding. She'd expected to be heavily involved in planning, to give a speech, to have special mother-daughter moments that would center her in the celebration. When I refused to give her this platform, she became increasingly hostile in the months leading up to the wedding. The wedding day itself was beautiful, meaningful ceremony, gorgeous venue, surrounded by people we loved. But during the reception, something went horribly wrong. About 30 minutes after dinner was served, guests started becoming violently ill. People were vomiting, experiencing severe stomach cramps, and showing signs of food poisoning. Within an hour, over 40 of our 120 guests were sick, and several needed emergency medical attention. The reception descended into chaos. Ambulances arrived. The venue was evacuated. Instead of dancing and celebrating, Marcus and I spent our wedding night in the emergency room with sick guests, dealing with the nightmare of what should have been our happiest day, turning into a medical emergency. Initially, everyone assumed it was accidental food poisoning from the caterer. The county health department launched an investigation, inspecting the catering company's facilities and interviewing staff. But the investigation yielded strange findings. The food had been safe when prepared, and only specific items that had been served to our guests tested positive for contamination. Someone had deliberately introduced a contaminant into the food after it was prepared, but before it was served. The health department turned the case over to law enforcement as suspected intentional poisoning. Detectives interviewed everyone who'd had access to the food, including catering staff, venue employees, and family members who'd been in the prep areas. Security footage from the venue showed something shocking. My mother had been alone in the catering staging area for approximately 15 minutes shortly before dinner service. The footage showed Diane entering the area, looking around to ensure she was alone, and then doing something to multiple serving dishes. She appeared to be adding something from small containers she'd brought with her. The footage was grainy, but clearly showed deliberate tampering with the food. Detectives confronted Diane with the video evidence. She initially denied everything, claiming she'd just been checking on dinner because she was concerned about food quality. But when investigators searched her home with a warrant, they found evidence that was impossible to explain away. In Diane's bathroom cabinet, they found bottles of syrup of Ipecac, a medication that induces vomiting, historically used for poisoning emergencies, but now largely discontinued due to abuse potential. Diane had purchased multiple bottles from online pharmacies and had researched extensively how much Ipecac could be added to food to cause illness without being immediately detectable by taste. Her computer history showed she'd spent weeks researching food tampering methods, how to cause mass food poisoning without killing anyone, and how to avoid getting caught. She'd visited forums where people discussed revenge tactics and had even asked questions about sabotaging catered events. The evidence was overwhelming and horrifying. My mother had deliberately poisoned the food at my wedding reception. She'd researched the method, purchased the supplies, and executed a plan to make dozens of people violently ill at my wedding. Her motive was clear. If she couldn't be the center of attention at my wedding, she'd ensure no one could enjoy celebrating my marriage. Diane was charged with 43 counts of reckless endangerment, one for each person who became ill, food tampering, and assault. She faced potentially 15 years in prison if convicted on all counts. My mother had committed felonies to ruin my wedding day. The family reaction was immediate and divided. My father divorced Diane within weeks of her arrest. He was horrified by what she'd done and said he'd been blind to the severity of her mental illness. Several relatives who'd been at the wedding and had gotten sick were furious and supported prosecution fully. But other family members, particularly Diane's siblings, defended her. They claimed she'd had a mental breakdown and needed psychiatric treatment, not prison. They pressured me to ask prosecutors to drop charges or to testify in support of mental health diversion programs rather than incarceration. I refused. Diane had deliberately poisoned dozens of people, including children. Several guests had brought their kids. At my wedding. This wasn't a spontaneous emotional breakdown. It was premeditated, researched, and carefully executed. She deserved every consequence she faced. But then I discovered something that changed the calculus of Diane's consequences even more dramatically. While dealing with the criminal case, I was going through family financial documents to understand what assets Diane and my father had. My father needed to know what debts or liabilities he might face in the divorce. I found evidence of massive financial fraud. Diane had been operating a successful interior design business for 20 years. Her income was substantial. She earned approximately $200,000 annually from high-end clients. But I discovered she'd been systematically underreporting her income to the IRS, claiming she earned only about $60,000 annually, while hiding the rest through unreported cash payments and offshore accounts. Over the 2 decades she'd been operating, Diane had evaded approximately $800,000 in federal taxes. She'd committed tax fraud on a massive scale, hiding income in ways that required sophistication and deliberate intent. This wasn't accidental. She'd set up shell companies, maintained fake expense records, and had deliberately structured her business to evade taxes. I faced a decision. I could report Diane's tax evasion to the IRS, adding federal charges to her existing state criminal case, or I could stay out of her financial crimes and focus only on the wedding poisoning case. I chose to report everything. I compiled all the financial evidence I'd found and submitted it to the IRS Criminal Investigation Division. I explained that I'd discovered the tax evasion while reviewing family documents related to my mother's criminal case, and I believed the IRS should know about systematic fraud spanning 2 decades. The IRS investigated thoroughly. They subpoenaed Diane's bank records, business accounts, and client payment histories. They confirmed she'd been underreporting income dramatically for years, had hidden money in offshore accounts, and had filed fraudulent tax returns repeatedly. The total tax evasion exceeded $800,000 plus interest and penalties. Federal prosecutors added charges of tax evasion, filing false tax returns, and wire fraud, related to electronic transfers to hide money, to Diane's case. Now, she faced both state charges for the wedding poisoning and federal charges for tax crimes. Diane's attorneys tried to negotiate a comprehensive plea deal. The evidence on both cases was overwhelming: the video and Ipecac bottles for the poisoning, the financial records for the tax evasion. Diane accepted a global plea agreement. She pleaded guilty to reduced charges in the poisoning case, reckless endangerment rather than assault, and to federal tax evasion charges. The combined sentence was 5 years in federal prison, followed by 3 years of supervised release. She was ordered to pay $950,000 in restitution to the IRS plus penalties, and to pay restitution to wedding guests who'd had medical expenses from the poisoning, approximately $80,000 total. The family reaction to my IRS report has been far more negative than reaction to the poisoning prosecution. Many relatives who'd supported criminal charges for poisoning think I went too far by reporting the tax evasion. They say the poisoning was a personal crime against me, that I had standing to prosecute, but the tax evasion was between Diane and the government, and I should have stayed out of it. Diane's siblings are particularly bitter. They claim I piled on charges to ensure Diane would die in prison. At 59 with a 5-year sentence, she'll be 64 at release. Not elderly, but certainly facing significant consequences. They've said I was vindictive and wanted maximum punishment rather than appropriate justice. Some family members have suggested the tax evasion report was revenge for the poisoning, rather than genuine concern about financial crimes. They point out that I only discovered and reported the tax fraud after Diane poisoned my wedding, suggesting my motivation was punitive rather than civic-minded. They've also noted that the tax evasion case added federal prison time and nearly $1 million in financial penalties that have bankrupted Diane and affected family members who were financially connected to her. My father lost marital assets to Diane's restitution obligations. Several relatives who'd invested in Diane's business lost their money when it was liquidated to pay IRS penalties. But others strongly support both reports. Marcus is unequivocal. Diane poisoned our wedding and committed massive tax fraud. Both crimes deserved prosecution and punishment. My father, despite losing assets, says Diane's criminal behavior needed to be fully exposed and prosecuted. Several wedding guests who'd gotten sick have expressed support for ensuring Diane faced maximum consequences. They view the tax evasion report as ensuring someone who'd shown such disregard for laws and other people's well-being faced comprehensive accountability. Tax policy advocates have actually praised my reporting, noting that tax evasion of this scale undermines public funding, and that citizens who discover major tax fraud have both a legal and ethical obligation to report it. They've argued my reporting was civic duty, not revenge. Diane has sent me letters from prison, alternating between rage and self-pity. In some letters, she calls me an ungrateful daughter who destroyed her mother's life because I couldn't handle one mistake at a wedding. In others, she claims to accept responsibility, but says the federal tax charges were excessive and that I reported them vindictively to ensure she'd die in prison. I've struggled with guilt, particularly about the financial impact on family members. My father lost significant assets. Relatives who'd invested in Diane's business lost money. Several people face financial hardship because of penalties and restitution that wouldn't exist if I hadn't reported the tax evasion. But Diane also committed serious crimes. She poisoned 43 people, including children, and she evaded $800,000 in taxes over 20 years. Both deserved prosecution. The fact that I discovered the tax fraud while dealing with the poisoning case doesn't make the fraud less serious or less worthy of prosecution. I've asked myself whether I'd have reported the tax evasion if I'd discovered it at a different time, unrelated to the wedding poisoning. The honest answer is, I don't know. I might have confronted Diane privately or encouraged her to file amended returns rather than reporting to the IRS. But I also might have reported it regardless, believing tax fraud of that scale deserves prosecution. So was I right to report my mother's tax evasion to federal authorities after she poisoned my wedding, knowing it would add years to her prison sentence and bankrupt her? Or did I weaponize a separate crime to pile on punishment because I was angry about the poisoning? Diane is serving 5 years for both crimes combined. Justice was served on both fronts, but family members face financial consequences, and I'll always wonder if I reported the taxes for the right reasons, or just to make sure she suffered more. My nephew orchestrated my job loss. I exposed his cryptocurrency Ponzi scheme orchestrated. That's exactly what my nephew, Tyler, 24 million male, did when he deliberately sabotaged my career to silence me about his fraudulent business. And I'm, 42-year-old female, the reason he's now facing federal charges for securities fraud and running a Ponzi scheme that defrauded investors of $8.7 million. Half my family thinks I heroically exposed a criminal operation, while the other half says I destroyed a young man's future out of vindictiveness because he cost me my job and should have reported my concerns to him privately rather than to federal authorities. Tyler is my younger sister, Monica's, 40-year-old female, only child. I've known him his entire life and had always been a supportive aunt. Tyler was bright and ambitious, but had a troubling pattern of cutting ethical corners and exaggerating his accomplishments. Throughout college, he'd been caught plagiarizing papers, inflating his resume, and taking credit for group projects he'd barely contributed to. After graduating with a mediocre business degree, Tyler struggled to find work that matched his inflated self-image. He bounced between sales jobs and startup positions, always talking about his next big venture, but never building anything sustainable. Then, 2 years ago, Tyler announced he'd started a cryptocurrency investment fund and was generating extraordinary returns for investors. Tyler's pitch was compelling. He claimed to have developed proprietary algorithms for cryptocurrency trading that consistently beat the market. He said his fund was generating 15 to 20% returns monthly, numbers that seemed impossibly high, but that Tyler insisted were real due to his unique approach and insider knowledge of the crypto market. Tyler marketed aggressively to family and friends. He presented slick materials showing impressive returns and testimonials from satisfied investors. He dressed in expensive suits, drove a luxury car, and projected an image of successful young entrepreneur. Several family members invested with him, including my parents who put in $50,000 of their retirement savings. I was skeptical from the beginning. As someone who'd worked in financial compliance for 15 years, I knew that consistent 15 to 20% monthly returns were a massive red flag. Legitimate investment funds don't generate those kinds of returns consistently. Those numbers are characteristic of either extremely risky speculation or outright fraud. I tried to warn family members not to invest with Tyler. I explained that his promised returns were unrealistic, that his proprietary algorithms sounded like marketing nonsense, and that the whole operation had characteristics of a Ponzi scheme. But Tyler was family, and most relatives trusted him over my pessimistic financial analysis. Tyler was furious that I was questioning his business publicly within the family. He called me jealous, said I couldn't stand seeing him succeed, and accused me of trying to sabotage his entrepreneurial success because I was stuck in a boring corporate job, while he was building wealth. Then Tyler did something that changed everything. He contacted my employer, a major financial services firm, and filed a formal complaint claiming I'd violated confidentiality agreements by sharing sensitive client information with family members. This was completely false, but Tyler fabricated evidence, including fake screenshots of supposed communications where I'd allegedly disclosed confidential information. My employer was required to investigate any compliance violation allegations seriously. I was immediately placed on administrative leave while they conducted a formal investigation. Despite the allegations being completely fabricated, the investigation damaged my professional reputation and created enormous stress. The investigation ultimately cleared me of any wrongdoing. My employer found no evidence I'd violated any policies or shared confidential information. But the damage was done. My relationships with colleagues were strained. My reputation was tainted by the suspicion, and the stress had affected my performance. My employer didn't terminate me, but they made it clear my career advancement was now limited. I'd been on track for a senior vice president position, but after the investigation, I was quietly passed over. The false allegations Tyler had made to silence my warnings about his investment fund had effectively derailed my career. I was devastated and furious. Tyler had deliberately tried to destroy my career because I'd been warning family members about his suspicious business. His willingness to fabricate ethics violations against me suggested he was protecting something genuinely fraudulent and was desperate to silence criticism. I decided to investigate Tyler's investment fund thoroughly. I started by requesting detailed information from family members who'd invested with him. I asked to see account statements, documentation of returns, and proof of the underlying investments Tyler claimed to be making. What I discovered confirmed my worst suspicions. Tyler's account statements were fabricated documents he'd created using templates. The investment accounts supposedly held by his fund didn't actually exist. The account numbers and institutions were fake. Tyler wasn't investing anyone's money in cryptocurrency or anything else. I also discovered Tyler was paying returns to early investors using money from new investors. The classic Ponzi scheme structure. My parents' $50,000 investment hadn't been invested in any actual assets. Tyler had spent some on his lavish lifestyle, the luxury car, expensive suits, fancy apartment, and was using the rest to pay returns to earlier investors to maintain the illusion of a successful fund. I compiled all the evidence and had a choice to make. I could confront Tyler privately and try to force him to shut down the scheme before more people got hurt. Or I could report him to authorities immediately, knowing it would result in criminal prosecution and potentially destroy his life. The deciding factor was that Tyler had deliberately tried to destroy my career to silence me. He'd fabricated serious professional ethics violations against me, nearly costing me my job, all to prevent me from exposing his fraud. His willingness to harm me to protect his scheme showed he was a calculating fraudster, not someone who'd made mistakes and deserved a private chance to make things right. I reported Tyler to the Securities and Exchange Commission, SEC, the Financial Crimes Enforcement Network, FinCEN, and the FBI. I provided comprehensive documentation, the fake account statements, testimony from investors, evidence that no actual cryptocurrency trading was occurring, proof that Tyler was paying returns with new investor money, and documentation of his lifestyle expenses funded by investor money. Federal investigators took the case very seriously. They subpoenaed Tyler's bank records, email communications, and business documents. What they discovered was worse than even I'd suspected. Tyler had defrauded approximately 180 investors of a total $8.7 million over 2 years. He'd created an elaborate fake infrastructure, including fabricated trading reports, fake cryptocurrency wallet addresses, and fraudulent audit documents. He'd spent approximately $2.3 million of investor money on personal expenses, including the luxury car, expensive apartment, designer clothes, and lavish vacations that projected his successful entrepreneur image. Tyler had also known from the beginning that his fund was a fraud. His emails and documents showed he'd never intended to legitimately invest anyone's money. He'd researched Ponzi scheme structures and had deliberately designed his fund to mimic successful frauds while trying to avoid detection. Federal prosecutors charged Tyler with securities fraud, wire fraud, money laundering, and operating a Ponzi scheme. Each charge carried substantial prison time, and the total potential sentence was 40+ years. The case was strong. Tyler's own records documented his fraud comprehensively. Tyler's attorney tried to negotiate a plea deal. Tyler ultimately pleaded guilty to reduced charges, securities fraud, and wire fraud. He received a 15-year federal prison sentence, was ordered to pay $8.7 million in restitution to victims, and was permanently banned from working in securities or financial services. The family reaction has been absolutely explosive and deeply divisive. My parents are devastated. They lost their $50,000 investment and watched their grandson go to federal prison. But they acknowledge Tyler committed serious fraud, and that I was right to warn them and to report him to authorities. Monica, Tyler's mother and my sister, has essentially disowned me. She's blamed me for destroying Tyler's life and claims I reported him to federal authorities because I was angry about losing a promotion and wanted revenge. She said I should have confronted Tyler privately and given him a chance to fix his mistakes, rather than immediately involving law enforcement. Monica has told extended family that I'm vindictive and that I prioritized punishing Tyler over protecting my own sister's son. She's claimed Tyler was young and made mistakes, but didn't deserve 15 years in federal prison, and that I pursued maximum criminal prosecution because he'd filed the complaint against me at my workplace. Several relatives agree with Monica's characterization. They acknowledge Tyler's investment fund was fraudulent, but think reporting to federal authorities was extreme. They argue I could have confronted Tyler, demanded he shut down the fund and return money to investors, and handled everything privately, without destroying his entire future through criminal prosecution. They've pointed out that Tyler is 24 years old and will be nearly 40 when released from prison. His entire adult life will be spent incarcerated or under supervised release. He'll have a federal fraud conviction that will make it virtually impossible to ever work in any professional capacity. His life is effectively over. But the victims of Tyler's fraud overwhelmingly support the prosecution. Many were elderly people who'd invested retirement savings. Several had trusted Tyler because of family connections. My parents had encouraged friends to invest based on their initial positive experience. These victims lost life savings and faced severe financial hardship because of Tyler's deliberate fraud. One victim, an elderly woman Tyler had targeted at my parents' church, lost $200,000, her entire retirement savings. She testified at Tyler's sentencing about how Tyler had specifically sought out elderly investors he could manipulate, had lied about his background and expertise, and had shown no remorse even when confronted. Federal prosecutors praised my reporting and said my evidence was crucial to building the case quickly before Tyler could defraud additional victims or hide assets. They noted that Ponzi schemes accelerate and become more damaging over time, and that early reporting minimized total victim harm. Securities fraud experts have used Tyler's case as an example of warning signs for investment fraud. Unrealistic, consistent returns, resistance to transparency, targeting family and friends, lavish lifestyle inconsistent with legitimate business success, and aggressive responses to skepticism. My employer's compliance department has acknowledged that Tyler's false complaint against me was part of his scheme to silence warnings about his fraud. They've apologized for how the investigation affected my career and have worked to repair the damage to my professional reputation, though the setback was still significant. I've struggled with guilt, specifically about the length of Tyler's sentence. 15 years in federal prison is a massive portion of someone's life. Tyler will miss his entire 20s and most of his 30s. He'll emerge at 39 with no career prospects, a felony record, and millions in restitution he'll never be able to pay. But Tyler also deliberately defrauded 180 people of $8.7 million. He targeted vulnerable, elderly investors. He knowingly operated a Ponzi scheme from day one. When I tried to warn family members, he attempted to destroy my career through fabricated ethics violations. He showed no remorse until facing prison. I've asked myself whether I'd have reported Tyler to federal authorities if he hadn't filed the false complaint against me at work. The honest answer is maybe not immediately. I might have tried confronting him first, or reporting to state securities regulators rather than federal authorities. But Tyler's willingness to fabricate serious professional ethics violations against me to silence criticism showed he was dangerous and calculating. If he was willing to destroy my career to protect his fraud, he'd harm anyone who threatened exposure. That level of calculated malice suggested he wouldn't respond to private confrontation and needed to be stopped through law enforcement. I also think about the victims who would have been defrauded if I'd delayed reporting. Ponzi schemes grow exponentially. The longer they run, the more people get hurt. By reporting immediately, I prevented Tyler from defrauding additional victims during months of potential private resolution attempts. So was I right to immediately report Tyler to federal authorities after discovering his Ponzi scheme, especially after he'd tried to destroy my career? The alternative would have been private confrontation that might have allowed him to flee, hide assets, or continue defrauding victims while we negotiated. 180 people got their evidence for recovery, though most won't be fully repaid. Tyler is in prison, but my relationship with my sister is destroyed, and I'll always wonder if there was a path that stopped the fraud without 15 years of incarceration for someone who was 24 when caught. My sister sabotaged my adoption. I made sure she lost her social work license. Sabotaged. That's the word that perfectly describes what my older sister, Jennifer, 41, female, did when she deliberately derailed my adoption process to prevent me, 35, female, from becoming a mother. And I'm the reason she's permanently banned from practicing social work and is facing potential criminal charges. Half my family thinks I protected vulnerable children from an unethical professional, while the other half says I destroyed my sister's 20-year career because I couldn't forgive a personal conflict that should have stayed between siblings. Jennifer has been a licensed clinical social worker specializing in adoption services for 18 years. She built a respected career evaluating prospective adoptive parents, conducting home studies, and facilitating placements. She worked for a prominent private adoption agency and was considered an expert in her field. I was proud of her work and the families she'd helped build. I struggled with infertility for 7 years. Multiple rounds of IVF failed, and my husband, David, 37, male, and I eventually decided to pursue adoption. We were excited about building our family this way and believed we'd make loving, capable parents. We'd been married for 9 years, owned our home, had stable careers, and had always wanted to be parents. We applied to adopt through a reputable agency, not Jennifer's agency, deliberately, because we wanted to keep professional and family relationships separate. Our application process began with the standard home study, background checks, financial verification, and interviews. We were confident we'd be approved and were already preparing our home for a child. Then our adoption social worker called with concerning news. She'd received an anonymous report raising serious allegations about our suitability as adoptive parents. The report claimed David had an undisclosed criminal history, that I had mental health issues that made me unstable, and that we had financial problems we'd hidden from the agency. The allegations were detailed and specific, suggesting the reporter had personal knowledge of our situation. Every allegation was false, but they triggered a comprehensive investigation that delayed our adoption process by months. We had to undergo additional psychological evaluations, provide extensive financial documentation, and submit to invasive questioning about our personal lives. It was humiliating, stressful, and expensive. The additional evaluations cost us over $8,000. We eventually proved every allegation was false. David had no criminal history. My mental health was stable. I'd been in therapy years earlier for depression related to infertility, but I was healthy and well managed. Our finances were solid with no hidden debts or problems. The agency apologized for the delay and approved our adoption, but the damage was significant. The investigation had delayed our placement by 8 months, during which time we'd been matched with a birth mother who ultimately chose different adoptive parents due to our uncertain status. We'd lost a placement we'd been emotionally invested in, and the stress had strained our marriage and our mental health. I was determined to find out who had filed the false report. Adoption agencies protect reporters' anonymity to encourage people to come forward with legitimate concerns. But I hired an attorney who filed a legal motion arguing that malicious false reporting shouldn't be protected. After months of legal wrangling, we obtained limited information about the report's origin. The report had come from someone claiming to be a concerned professional with knowledge of the family's history. The reporter had used professional terminology and had demonstrated familiarity with adoption evaluation standards. They'd contacted the agency through professional channels rather than as an anonymous tipster, giving their false allegations more credibility. With this information, I began investigating who could have filed such a detailed, professionally framed false report. The list was short. Few people knew we were adopting, and even fewer had the professional knowledge to craft allegations that would trigger serious investigation. Then, I discovered something that made everything click into place. I was at a family gathering when Jennifer made a comment about some people not being cut out for parenthood, while looking directly at me. When I asked what she meant, she became defensive and said I was being oversensitive. But later that evening, I overheard Jennifer talking to our mother about adoptions. She said, "Some people think they deserve children just because they want them, but adoption is about what's best for the child, not fulfilling adults' needs." Our mother asked if she was talking about anyone specific, and Jennifer said, "I just think some of our family members would struggle with the reality of adoptive parenting." I confronted Jennifer privately and asked directly if she'd filed the false report against David and me. She initially denied it, then became angry and said I was paranoid and looking for someone to blame for our adoption delays. But her reaction was guilty. She wouldn't make eye contact and left the gathering abruptly. I contacted the adoption agency with my suspicions and provided Jennifer's professional credentials and contact information. The agency investigated and discovered that the anonymous report had come from an IP address at Jennifer's workplace and had been submitted using professional credentials from Jennifer's license number, which she'd apparently falsified on the report form to make her allegations seem more credible. The agency confirmed that Jennifer, my own sister, had filed the false report that derailed our adoption for 8 months. She'd used her professional position and knowledge to craft allegations she knew would trigger extensive investigation. She'd deliberately sabotaged her sister's chance to become a parent. When confronted by the agency, Jennifer finally admitted what she'd done. Her explanation was chilling and revealed deep resentment I hadn't fully understood. She said she'd filed the report because she genuinely believed David and I would be poor adoptive parents. She claimed my infertility struggles had made me desperate and unstable, that David was too passive, and that we were pursuing adoption for selfish reasons, rather than because we'd be good parents. Jennifer actually believed she was protecting a hypothetical child from being placed with inadequate parents. She'd convinced herself that her professional judgment about adoptive parenting applied to her own sister, and she'd used her position to intervene in what she saw as a potentially harmful placement. But Jennifer's stated concerns weren't reflected in any evidence. Our home study had been positive. Our psychological evaluations showed we were stable and well-prepared. Our finances were solid. Every professional evaluator who'd met us without bias had concluded we'd be excellent adoptive parents. Jennifer's concerns were purely personal judgments dressed up as professional assessments. The adoption agency filed a complaint with the state licensing board, as they were required to do when discovering professional misconduct by a licensed social worker. I also filed my own complaint, providing documentation of the false report, the harm it caused, and Jennifer's eventual admission. The licensing board investigation was thorough and damning. They discovered this wasn't Jennifer's first ethical violation. She'd previously made subjective, biased decisions about adoptive parents based on personal beliefs rather than professional standards. Several families she'd rejected had later been approved by other agencies, suggest Jennifer had been applying inappropriate personal criteria to professional decisions. The licensing board revoked Jennifer's social work license permanently. They found she'd committed serious professional misconduct by filing a false report against family members, had violated confidentiality and professional boundaries, and had demonstrated a pattern of letting personal biases influence professional evaluations. The revocation meant Jennifer could never work as a licensed social worker again in any state. Her employer immediately terminated her employment. Without a valid license, she couldn't perform any of her job duties. Her 20-year career in adoption services ended overnight. She also faced potential criminal charges for filing false official reports and for fraud related to falsifying professional credentials on the report she'd submitted. The family reaction has been catastrophic and intensely divided. Jennifer's husband, Mark, is furious with me, saying I destroyed Jennifer's career over a difference of professional opinion that should have been resolved through family conversation. He claims Jennifer had legitimate concerns about our adoptive parenting ability and that reporting me to licensing boards was vindictive overreach. My parents are torn. My mother thinks Jennifer acted inappropriately, but believes I should have handled this privately rather than filing formal complaints that ended Jennifer's career. She's said that family handles family problems internally, and that involving licensing boards was extreme. My father is more supportive, recognizing that Jennifer committed serious professional misconduct that potentially affected other families beyond just ours. Several family members have accused me of being vindictive and unable to forgive. They point out that Jennifer apologized, eventually under pressure, and that destroying her entire career was disproportionate punishment. They say I should have accepted her apology and moved on rather than pursuing maximum professional consequences. Jennifer's 2 teenage children have been devastated. They're watching their mother lose her career and face potential criminal charges. Jennifer's daughter sent me a message saying I'd ruined her family because I couldn't let go of hurt feelings, and that her mom would never financially recover from this. Other family members fully support my actions. My husband David is unequivocal. Jennifer deliberately sabotaged our adoption using false allegations and professional misconduct. She deserved every consequence she received. My brother thinks Jennifer had been abusing her professional position for years and needed to be stopped before she damaged more families. Professional colleagues in social work and adoption have mixed reactions. Some applaud my reporting serious misconduct that protected future adoptive families from biased evaluations. They note that social workers who let personal feelings override professional standards are dangerous and need to be removed from practice. Others think I should have reported Jennifer to her employer, but not to licensing boards, giving her a chance to receive training and oversight rather than permanent career destruction. They acknowledge Jennifer's misconduct was serious, but question whether permanent license revocation was proportionate. The adoption community, prospective and adoptive parents, overwhelmingly supports my actions. Several people have come forward sharing suspicions that Jennifer had rejected their applications based on personal biases rather than professional standards. They believe I protected vulnerable children from being placed, or not placed, based on a social worker's personal prejudices rather than evidence-based evaluation. Jennifer has attempted to contact me multiple times, alternating between apologizing and blaming me. In some messages, she acknowledges her actions were unethical and accepts responsibility. In others, she says I destroyed her life's work over a misunderstanding that could have been resolved through family mediation, and that I pursued professional complaints out of spite rather than principle. I've struggled with enormous guilt, despite believing I did the right thing. Jennifer's career is permanently destroyed. She'll never work in social work again. Her family is facing severe financial stress. She's told relatives she's struggled with depression and suicidal thoughts since losing her license. The extended family is fractured, with clear divisions between those who support me and those who think I was vindictive. David and I eventually successfully adopted a beautiful daughter, who's now 2 years old. We're happy parents, but that joy is complicated by knowing it came at the cost of permanently destroying my sister's career and fracturing our family. I've asked myself repeatedly, should I have confronted Jennifer privately and given her a chance to withdraw her false report before filing formal complaints? Would that have been more ethical, or would it have allowed professional misconduct to go unpunished? Should I have pursued employer discipline but not licensing board complaints, giving Jennifer a chance to keep her license while facing workplace consequences? The honest answer is, I wanted Jennifer to face maximum consequences. She deliberately sabotaged my chance at parenthood, using lies and professional misconduct. She'd caused months of delay, thousands in expenses, emotional trauma, and lost placement with a birth mother. I wanted her career destroyed, the way she'd tried to destroy my path to motherhood. But Jennifer also genuinely believed she was protecting a child, even if her judgment was flawed and her methods were unethical. She wasn't acting out of pure malice. She'd convinced herself her biased assessment of my parenting potential was valid professional concern. Does that misguided motivation make her misconduct less deserving of career-ending consequences? So was I right to file licensing complaints that permanently ended Jennifer's 20-year social work career? Or should I have pursued private family resolution that held her accountable without destroying her professionally? My daughter is home. Justice was served. But my sister's life and career are ruined, and my family may never recover. My sister's husband drugged me at Thanksgiving. I sent him to prison for 10 years. Drugged. That's the terrifying reality of what my brother-in-law, Nathan, 39-year-old, did to me at my sister's Thanksgiving dinner. And I'm, 26-year-old female, the reason he's now serving a 10-year prison sentence for attempted sexual assault and drugging. Half my family thinks I bravely stood up to a predator and protected other potential victims, while the other half says I destroyed my sister's marriage and her children's stability by pressing charges instead of handling the situation privately within the family. I've always had a distant but polite relationship with Nathan. He married my older sister, Kelly, 36-year-old female, 8 years ago, and they have 2 children together, a 7-year-old daughter and a 5-year-old son. Nathan worked as a pharmaceutical sales representative, which meant he had access to medication samples and extensive knowledge about drugs and their effects. Last Thanksgiving, my entire extended family gathered at Kelly and Nathan's house for dinner. It was a large gathering, about 20 people including grandparents, aunts, uncles, cousins, and family friends. The atmosphere was festive and warm, with everyone contributing dishes and enjoying the holiday together. I'd driven 3 hours to attend and was planning to stay overnight in Kelly's guest room rather than drive home late. This was normal. I'd stayed at their house for holidays many times before without any issues or concerns. During dinner, I drank 2 glasses of wine from the same bottle everyone else was drinking from. I'm not a heavy drinker, but 2 glasses over a 3-hour meal has never been a problem for me. But about an hour after dinner, I started feeling extremely disoriented, dizzy, and confused in a way that felt nothing like normal alcohol intoxication. I told Kelly I wasn't feeling well and needed to lie down. She was concerned and helped me to the guest room. I barely remember getting there. My memory becomes fragmented and unclear from that point. What I do remember is waking up several hours later, around 2 a.m., to find Nathan in the guest room attempting to undress me. I was still extremely disoriented and confused, unable to fully understand what was happening or coordinate my movements to resist effectively. Nathan was removing my clothing and touching me inappropriately. When I tried to speak or push him away, my body wouldn't respond properly. I felt paralyzed and disconnected. At some point during the assault, I managed to scream loud enough that Kelly heard me from the master bedroom. She came into the guest room and found Nathan on top of me, with my clothing disheveled, and Nathan attempting to cover my mouth. The scene was undeniable. Kelly started screaming at Nathan, asking what he was doing. Nathan claimed he'd heard me calling for help and had come in to check on me. He said I'd been vomiting, and he was trying to help me get comfortable. His explanation made no sense given the position Kelly had found us in. Kelly called 911 immediately. Police and EMTs arrived within minutes. The EMTs took my vital signs and noted I was exhibiting symptoms inconsistent with just alcohol consumption: extreme disorientation, partial paralysis, memory gaps, and confusion that suggested drugging rather than intoxication. I was taken to the emergency room where they performed a drug screen. The results showed I had Rohypnol, commonly known as a date rape drug, in my system, at levels consistent with being drugged within the previous few hours. I'd been given a powerful sedative and amnesia-inducing drug without my knowledge or consent. The police investigation began immediately. Detectives interviewed everyone who'd been at the Thanksgiving dinner and examined the timeline of events. They discovered that Nathan had been alone in the kitchen for approximately 10 minutes while I'd been in the bathroom, during which time he could have added Rohypnol to my wine glass. A search warrant of Nathan's home office revealed a stockpile of medications he'd obtained through his pharmaceutical sales position, including multiple bottles of Rohypnol and other sedatives. He'd been systematically taking medication samples that were supposed to go to doctors' offices and keeping them for personal use. Detectives also found disturbing evidence on Nathan's computer. He'd been researching how to use date rape drugs, how to avoid detection when drugging someone, and had visited forums where predators discussed tactics for incapacitating and assaulting victims. Even more horrifying, Nathan had videos on an encrypted hard drive. These videos showed him sexually assaulting me while I was unconscious or semi-conscious in the guest room. He'd set up a hidden camera to record the assault. The videos were time-stamped and clearly showed Nathan deliberately assaulting me while I was incapacitated. But the investigation revealed something that made everything exponentially worse. Nathan had done this before. The videos on his hard drive included footage of him assaulting other women who appeared to be unconscious or severely impaired. Detectives identified several victims from the videos and discovered Nathan had been drugging and assaulting women for years. Some victims were Kelly's friends, who'd stayed at their house during visits. Others were women Nathan had met through work or social situations. He developed a pattern of drugging women who trusted him or were in vulnerable situations, assaulting them while they were incapacitated, and recording the assaults for his own gratification. Nathan had been running a systematic predatory operation for at least 4 years. He'd used his pharmaceutical access to obtain drugs, his knowledge to dose victims without detection, and his position of trust as Kelly's husband, a respected professional, a family man, to gain access to potential victims. Nathan was arrested and charged with multiple counts of first-degree sexual assault, drugging with intent to commit sexual assault, possession of controlled substances, and creation and possession of child sexual abuse material. One of his victims had been 17 at the time of her assault, making it legally child pornography. The evidence was overwhelming. Police had the drug screen showing I'd been drugged, the videos Nathan had recorded showing the assault, his stockpile of Rohypnol, his internet search history proving premeditation, and testimony from multiple victims he'd assaulted over the years. Nathan's attorney tried to negotiate a plea deal, but prosecutors were determined to pursue maximum sentences. They argued Nathan was a serial predator who'd used his professional position and family connections to systematically drug and assault vulnerable women. The case was particularly egregious because Nathan had assaulted me, his wife's sister, during a family holiday in his own home. Nathan accepted a plea deal to avoid trial. 10 years in prison with no possibility of parole, lifetime sex offender registration, and lifetime restraining orders from all his victims. He was also required to forfeit his pharmaceutical license and was banned from ever working with medications or in healthcare. The family consequences have been absolutely catastrophic. Kelly divorced Nathan immediately after his arrest. She's been devastated and traumatized. She'd been married to a serial rapist for 8 years, had children with him, and had unknowingly facilitated some of his assaults by hosting women in their home. Kelly has been incredibly supportive of me and the other victims. She's testified against Nathan, cooperated fully with prosecutors, and has been vocal that he deserves every consequence he's facing. She's in intensive therapy, dealing with the betrayal and trauma. But Nathan's family has reacted very differently. His parents claim Nathan was set up, and that I'm lying about being assaulted. They've suggested I was drinking too much, and misinterpreted Nathan's intentions. Despite the video evidence, drug screens, and multiple victims, they insist Nathan is innocent and being railroaded by vindictive prosecutors. Nathan's brother has been particularly aggressive, calling me a liar and claiming I'm destroying Nathan's life because I regret consensual activity while drunk. He spread rumors in our community that I fabricated the assault allegations because I was embarrassed about my behavior at Thanksgiving. Some extended family members have echoed these defenses, suggesting that while Nathan made mistakes, I overreacted by pressing charges instead of handling it privately. They've argued that involving law enforcement destroyed Kelly's marriage and traumatized Nathan's children when family counseling could have resolved everything. A few relatives have suggested that I should have considered Kelly's children before pressing charges. They say Nathan's kids are now growing up without a father because I refused to forgive and insisted on prosecution. They've implied I prioritized my own vindictiveness over my niece and nephew's well-being. But the vast majority of people who know the full truth support my decision completely. The other victims Nathan assaulted have expressed profound gratitude that I reported him immediately and cooperated with prosecution. Several said they'd been too traumatized or afraid to report their own assaults, and my case gave them justice they wouldn't have gotten otherwise. Sexual assault victim advocates have highlighted my case as an example of why immediate reporting is crucial. They've noted that Nathan's pattern of assault might have continued for years if I hadn't reported immediately, pressing charges, and cooperated fully with prosecution, despite family pressure to handle it privately. Law enforcement has praised my decision to allow the rape kit examination and drug screening immediately after the assault. This evidence was crucial to proving the crime and identifying Nathan's pattern of behavior. They've said many assaults go unreported because victims fear family consequences or doubt they'll be believed. And my courage protected other women. The pharmaceutical industry has used Nathan's case to tighten controls on medication sample distribution. His systematic theft of controlled substances through his sales position led to industry-wide reforms about tracking and accountability for sample medications. Kelly's therapist has told her that I did the right thing by reporting immediately. The therapist explained that Nathan was a serial predator who'd been escalating, and that discovering his crimes protected Kelly and her children from ongoing danger. The therapist noted that Nathan had been assaulting women in Kelly's own home, creating safety risks Kelly hadn't known about. I've struggled with guilt specifically about Kelly's children. They're 7 and 5, growing up knowing their father is in prison for sexual assault. They've lost their stable family structure, their home. Kelly had to sell the house, and their economic security. Nathan's imprisonment has devastated innocent children who didn't deserve any of this. But I also know Nathan was a dangerous predator who'd assaulted multiple women and would have continued. The videos on his hard drive showed escalating violence and risk-taking. Experts testified he was becoming more dangerous over time, and that he likely would have seriously injured or killed a victim eventually. I've asked myself whether I could have handled this differently. Should I have confronted Nathan privately and given him the opportunity to seek treatment, rather than immediately involving law enforcement? But Nathan wasn't dealing with an impulse control problem. He was a calculating predator who'd been planning and executing assaults for years. The honest answer is, there was no private resolution possible for serial sexual assault. Nathan committed felonies against multiple victims. He drugged and raped women, including his wife's sister during a family holiday. There's no family counseling or private arrangement that appropriately addresses that level of criminal predation. I also think about the other victims. If I'd chosen private resolution, would those women ever have gotten justice? Would they even have known what happened to them? Several victims had no memory of their assaults because of the drugs Nathan gave them. They only learned they'd been victimized when police showed them video evidence during the investigation. So was I right to immediately report Nathan and fully cooperate with prosecution, even though it ended Kelly's marriage and devastated her children? The alternative would have been protecting a serial rapist and allowing him continued access to potential victims. There was no ethical middle ground where I could protect myself without protecting others. Nathan is now serving year 2 of his 10-year sentence. Kelly is rebuilding her life with her children and has been remarkable in supporting other victims. The other women Nathan assaulted have gotten justice and closure they desperately needed. But Kelly's children are growing up without their father. And I'll always carry some responsibility for that consequence, even knowing it was unavoidable. The trauma therapist I've been seeing says I made the only ethical choice available. She's emphasized that Nathan's imprisonment protects society from a dangerous predator, and that any guilt I feel about collateral consequences reflects my empathy, but shouldn't undermine my recognition that reporting was necessary and right. I believe I did the right thing, but the weight of knowing that doing the right thing destroyed my sister's marriage, traumatized 2 innocent children, and fractured extended family relationships is enormous. Justice was served, a predator was stopped, and other victims were protected. But the cost was catastrophic for people I love who were innocent bystanders to Nathan's crimes. My stepbrother stole my novel manuscript. I destroyed his publishing career. Stolen. That's the exact word for what my stepbrother, Cameron, 33 Yim, did when he took my unpublished novel manuscript and published it under his own name. And I'm 30 Yim. The reason his 6-figure book deal was terminated. His literary agent dropped him, and he's now facing a career-ending plagiarism scandal in the publishing industry. Half my family thinks I righteously defended my creative work, while the other half says I destroyed Cameron's dreams and future over a manuscript I wasn't even using, and could have resolved through private negotiation instead of public exposure. I've been writing seriously since I was 15. By my late 20s, I'd completed 3 full novel manuscripts, literary fiction that I'd spent years crafting, revising, and perfecting. My third novel, The Mercy of Silence, was my strongest work. I'd spent 4 years writing and revising it, and it was a deeply personal story exploring themes of family trauma, forgiveness, and redemption. I'd queried literary agents extensively with The Mercy of Silence and received several requests for the full manuscript, but ultimately no representation offers. The rejections were encouraging. Agents praised the writing and characters, but said literary fiction was a tough market, and they weren't confident they could sell it. I was disappointed, but continued working on my 4th novel while occasionally revisiting revisions to The Mercy of Silence. Cameron had always been jealous of my writing. He'd tried writing himself but lacked the discipline and talent to complete anything substantial. He'd start projects enthusiastically, but would abandon them after a few chapters, complaining that writing was harder than it looked, and that publishers only wanted commercial trash anyway. Our parents, my mother and Cameron's father, had married when Cameron and I were in our early 20s. We'd never been particularly close as step-siblings, maintaining polite but distant relationships. Cameron knew I was a writer and had read some of my early work, but I'd never shared The Mercy of Silence with him. It was too personal, and I was protective of the manuscript while it was still seeking publication. About 2 years ago, Cameron asked to read my manuscripts. He said he was thinking about trying writing again and wanted to see examples of completed, professional-level work to understand what he should aim for. I was hesitant, but ultimately shared my first 2 novels, the ones I considered my apprentice work and was less emotionally attached to. Cameron read them and gave generic feedback. He said they were pretty good, but that he could see why they hadn't sold. They were too quiet and not commercial enough. I wasn't seeking his opinion, but I accepted the feedback neutrally and didn't think much more about the interaction. Then about 6 months later, I was visiting my mother's house and Cameron's laptop was open on the kitchen table. I wasn't snooping. The screen was visible and displaying a document titled The Mercy of Silence, Draft. I was confused because I'd never shared that manuscript with Cameron. I looked closer and realized Cameron had somehow accessed my manuscript. He must have gotten into my cloud storage account. We'd shared a family account that my mother had set up years earlier, and copied the file. The document on his screen was my novel, my words, my characters, my story, but with his name listed as author. I was shocked and confronted Cameron immediately when he came downstairs. He was flustered and defensive, claiming he'd just been reading it for inspiration and had accidentally saved a copy with his name on it. But as we argued, the truth emerged. Cameron had submitted The Mercy of Silence to literary agents under his own name, claiming full authorship. He'd queried over 50 agents, and one had offered representation. The agent was now shopping the manuscript to publishers, and Cameron had just received a 6-figure 2-book deal from a major publishing house. I was absolutely devastated. Cameron had stolen my novel, 4 years of my creative work, my most personal story, and was about to publish it as his own. He was getting credit for my writing, receiving money for my work, and launching a literary career built entirely on plagiarism. When I confronted him with the full truth, Cameron's justification was stunning in its entitlement. He said I wasn't using the manuscript anyway since I hadn't been able to sell it myself. He claimed he'd improved it with minor edits. I later discovered he'd changed almost nothing, maybe 2% of the text. He said he deserved the opportunity because he'd always wanted to be a published author, but didn't have time to write his own novel. Cameron actually said he thought I'd be happy that the work was finally being published and suggested we could share the credit quietly, within the family while he maintained public authorship. He offered to give me 20% of his advance, $20,000 of his $100,000 two-book deal, as compensation for the manuscript. I was furious. Cameron was offering me a fraction of the money for a book I'd written entirely by myself, while he'd get public credit, a publishing career, and future opportunities based on stolen work. This wasn't collaboration or sharing, it was theft and exploitation. I told Cameron he needed to immediately withdraw from the book deal and confess to his agent that he'd plagiarized the manuscript. Cameron refused, saying the deal was signed and he wasn't giving up this opportunity. He said if I tried to claim authorship, he'd say I was lying because I was jealous of his success. I hired an intellectual property attorney, and we began gathering evidence. I had extensive documentation proving authorship, dated drafts of the manuscript going back 4 years with revision histories, query letters I'd sent to agents years before Cameron submitted, notes and outlines in my handwriting, correspondence with beta readers who'd critiqued the manuscript, and even social media posts where I'd mentioned working on The Mercy of Silence years earlier. My attorney sent a cease and desist letter to Cameron, his agent, and the publisher, providing irrefutable evidence that Cameron had plagiarized my work. We included the dated manuscript files, query letter records, and testimony from people who'd read my work years before Cameron claimed he'd written it. The response was swift and devastating for Cameron. His literary agent was horrified and immediately dropped him as a client. No agent can represent someone who's committed plagiarism, as it destroys their professional credibility. The publishing house terminated the book deal, demanded return of the $50,000 advance Cameron had already received, and threatened legal action if he didn't comply. But I didn't stop there. I contacted the major publishing industry publications, Publishers Weekly, The Bookseller, and several prominent literary blogs, and provided them with the full story and documentation. Cameron's plagiarism became a public scandal in the publishing world. Articles appeared detailing how an unpublished author had stolen his stepsister's manuscript, secured representation and a major book deal through fraud, and was only exposed when the original author discovered the theft. Cameron was named publicly, and his plagiarism became part of the permanent record of publishing industry ethics violations. The publishing community is small and tight-knit. Cameron is now permanently blacklisted. No legitimate agent will represent him, no reputable publisher will work with him, and his name is synonymous with plagiarism. His dream of a literary career is completely destroyed. Cameron also faces financial consequences. He'd already spent most of the $50,000 advance on quitting his day job, traveling to literary conferences, and celebrating his publishing deal. He had to take out loans to repay the advance, and my attorney is pursuing additional damages for emotional distress and reputational harm to me. Cameron's plagiarism had my work associated with scandal before it was even published under my name. The family reaction has been explosive and bitterly divided. My mother is devastated. She's angry with Cameron for stealing my work, but feels I went too far by making the plagiarism public and destroying his publishing career. She thinks I should have forced Cameron to withdraw from the deal and confess to his agent, but not contacted publishing media and made it a public scandal. Cameron's father is furious with me. He's claimed I'm vindictive and jealous, and has accused me of destroying his son's dreams because I couldn't sell my own work. He said Cameron made a mistake, but that I ruined his entire future, rather than handling it privately within the family. Several relatives agree with this perspective. They acknowledge Cameron shouldn't have taken my manuscript, but they think public exposure was excessive and vindictive. They argue I could have reclaimed my work, forced Cameron to abandon the book deal, and maybe even required financial compensation, all without making it a public scandal that ended his career possibilities. They've pointed out that Cameron can never recover from this. His name will forever be associated with plagiarism in publishing databases and industry memory. He can't publish under a pseudonym because he'd need to disclose his real identity to agents and publishers who would immediately recognize him. His literary dreams are permanently dead. Cameron's girlfriend left him after the scandal, unable to handle the shame and his financial problems. He's had to return to a job he hates and lives with the knowledge that his one chance at a publishing career was built on theft and collapsed publicly. But many people strongly support my actions. Writer friends and colleagues have said plagiarism is one of the most serious violations in the literary world and must be exposed publicly to protect the integrity of publishing. They've argued that private resolution would have allowed Cameron to potentially try stealing from other writers in the future. My literary agent, I signed with one after Cameron's scandal broke and my manuscript gained attention, has said I did exactly the right thing. She's explained that publishing depends on trust, and exposing plagiarism publicly protects all authors and maintains industry standards. Several writers' organizations and advocacy groups have publicly supported me, using Cameron's case as an example of why plagiarism must have serious public consequences. They've noted that I could have stayed silent and let Cameron publish my work with minor credit or compensation. But instead I stood up for artistic integrity. The manuscript, The Mercy of Silence, has now been published under my name with a different publisher. The book received positive reviews and modest commercial success. Several reviewers mentioned the unfortunate plagiarism scandal surrounding the book's journey to publication, which gave it visibility, but also connected my creative work to Cameron's theft. I've struggled with complex feelings despite believing I did the right thing. Cameron's literary career is permanently destroyed. He'll never be a published author now. His relationship ended. He's in debt repaying the advance and facing additional financial judgments from my lawsuit. His dream is dead because I made his theft public, rather than resolving it privately. My mother's relationship with me has been strained. She understands why I was angry, but thinks I prioritized revenge over family harmony. She said she wishes I'd found a way to reclaim my work without completely destroying Cameron's future. I've asked myself whether public exposure was necessary, or if it was revenge dressed as principle. Could I have achieved the same protective result, preventing Cameron from publishing my work and warning the industry about him, without making it a public scandal? Would private reporting to his agent and publisher have been sufficient? The honest answer is, I wanted Cameron publicly destroyed. He'd stolen 4 years of my creative work, tried to build a career on my writing, and offered me a fraction of the proceeds as compensation. I wanted the publishing world to know what he'd done, and I wanted his name permanently associated with plagiarism, so he could never try this again with anyone else. But I also genuinely believe plagiarism must be exposed publicly to maintain industry integrity. If I'd resolved this privately, Cameron's agent and publisher would know, but the broader publishing community wouldn't. He could potentially submit work to other agents under different circumstances. Public exposure creates permanent accountability that protects other writers. So, was I right to publicly expose Cameron's plagiarism, knowing it would permanently end his publishing career? Or should I have reclaimed my manuscript and forced him out of his deal without making it a public scandal? My novel is published under my name. Plagiarism was punished, but Cameron's dreams are dead, and my family is fractured. I don't know if the public destruction was justice or vindictiveness, and I'm not sure I ever will. My stepdad tried to cut me out. I proved his entire identity was fake identity. That's what my stepfather, Michael, 49 Yenel male, had fabricated completely. And I'm, 26-year-old female, the reason his web of lies unraveled, costing him his marriage to my mother, his prestigious career, and potentially his freedom. Half my family calls me a hero for exposing a con artist, while the other half says I destroyed my mother's happiness and my younger siblings' stability because I couldn't let go of resentment toward my stepdad. Michael entered our lives when I was 14, and my younger twin siblings, Emma and Ethan, were 8. My biological father had died in a construction accident when I was 12, leaving my mother, Karen, 47-year-old female, devastated and struggling financially. Michael seemed like a miracle, charming, successful, attentive, and genuinely interested in building a relationship with all three of us kids. Michael claimed to be a Harvard Business School graduate who'd worked in private equity before transitioning to consulting. He had an impressive job at a prestigious management consulting firm, earned a six-figure salary, and seemed financially secure. He was exactly what my grieving mother needed: stability, partnership, and someone who could help provide for her 3 children. Michael and my mother married when I was 16. For several years, things seemed genuinely good. Michael was a decent stepfather, not trying to replace my dad, but present and supportive. He paid for family vacations, helped with college planning, and seemed invested in all our futures. My mother was happy for the first time since my father's death. But my relationship with Michael became strained during my college years. He became increasingly controlling about my life choices, criticizing my major, my boyfriend, my career plans. He'd make comments about how I was wasting opportunities and not living up to my potential. When I'd push back, he'd tell my mother I was disrespectful and ungrateful for everything he'd provided. The real crisis came 2 years ago when my mother was diagnosed with early-stage breast cancer. The diagnosis was caught early and treatment prospects were good, but it was still terrifying for our family. During this vulnerable time, Michael started making strange financial decisions that concerned me. He convinced my mother to add him to all her accounts, including the life insurance proceeds from my father's death that she'd been saving for us kids' education. He had her update her will to leave everything to him, rather than splitting assets among him and the children, as her previous will had done. He explained these changes as estate planning to protect the family if something happened to her during cancer treatment. But I was suspicious. Why did Michael need to control all of my mother's assets? Why was he restructuring her will to cut us kids out while she was vulnerable and scared? When I questioned these changes, Michael became furious and accused me of being paranoid and trying to undermine their marriage. My mother, dealing with cancer treatment and dependent on Michael for emotional and logistical support, sided with him. She said I was being selfish and distrustful during a difficult time, and that Michael was just trying to ensure financial stability for the family. She signed all the documents Michael prepared. That's when I decided to do something that would change everything. If Michael was going to have complete control over my mother's finances and assets, I needed to know exactly who he was. I hired a private investigator to conduct a background check on Michael, the kind of comprehensive investigation that goes beyond basic employment verification. What the investigator discovered was stunning. Michael's entire professional identity was fabricated. He'd never attended Harvard Business School. He'd actually attended a community college for 1 semester before dropping out. He'd never worked in private equity. His prestigious consulting job was real, but he'd obtained it using fake credentials and had been systematically defrauding his employer for years. The investigation went deeper. Michael Patterson, the name he'd been using, wasn't even his real name. He was actually Michael Brennan, and he had a criminal history in another state, including fraud charges from 15 years ago. He'd changed his identity, created fake educational credentials, and had been living under this fabricated persona for over a decade. Even more disturbing, Michael had done this before. He'd married another woman under a different assumed identity 10 years ago, had gained access to her finances, and had disappeared with approximately $200,000 of her money after draining her accounts. There was an outstanding warrant for his arrest in that state related to those thefts. Michael wasn't just a loving stepfather who was maybe a bit controlling. He was a con artist who'd targeted my mother specifically because she was a vulnerable widow with life insurance money and property. His entire relationship with her had been predicated on financial exploitation. I was horrified, but needed to verify everything before destroying my mother's marriage with these accusations. The private investigator helped me obtain documentation: Michael's real identity records, his criminal history, verification from Harvard that no one by his name had attended their business school, contact information for his previous victim, who confirmed the pattern of behavior. I also discovered that Michael had been slowly draining my mother's accounts. The life insurance money my father had left for us kids' education, approximately $250,000, had been reduced to $80,000 through various investments and business opportunities that Michael had convinced my mother to fund. Those investments were either complete fabrications or schemes that primarily benefited Michael. I compiled everything into a comprehensive dossier and contacted my mother's brother, my uncle, who I knew would take this seriously. Together, we sat my mother down and presented the evidence. Michael wasn't home. He was supposedly on a business trip, though we now suspected those trips might be him maintaining other identities or schemes. My mother's initial reaction was denial and anger, at me, not at Michael. She accused me of hiring investigators because I was jealous of her happiness and wanted to destroy her marriage. She said I'd never accepted Michael and was manufacturing evidence to drive them apart. But as my uncle and I walked through the documentation methodically, the fake Harvard credentials, the real criminal history under his birth name, the testimony from his previous victim, the evidence of financial manipulation, my mother's denial crumbled into shock and devastation. She was being conned by someone she'd trusted with her life, her children, and her finances. We contacted the police immediately. Detectives verified that Michael Patterson was indeed Michael Brennan, wanted in another state for fraud and theft. They also discovered he'd been using his position at the consulting firm to embezzle funds. His prestigious job was real, but he was stealing from clients and the firm itself. Michael was arrested 3 days later when he returned from his business trip. He was initially charged with fraud related to his employment, but additional charges followed: identity theft, theft by deception related to my mother's finances, and outstanding charges from the previous state where he was wanted. The investigation into Michael revealed the full scope of his con. He'd stolen approximately $170,000 from my mother over the 4 years of their marriage through fake investments and diverted funds. He'd embezzled over $300,000 from his consulting firm, using his fabricated credentials and position of trust. He'd maintained multiple identities and had been running similar schemes in 2 other states simultaneously. Michael pleaded guilty to avoid trial and received a 12-year federal prison sentence for fraud, identity theft, and embezzlement across multiple jurisdictions. He was ordered to pay restitution exceeding $600,000 to various victims, including my mother, though no one expects he has assets to actually repay these amounts. The family fallout has been catastrophic and complicated. My mother is grateful I exposed Michael before he could drain all her finances or disappear with her remaining assets. But she's also humiliated and devastated. She feels foolish for being conned and wonders if she can trust her own judgment anymore. The breast cancer treatment was successful, but the emotional trauma of Michael's betrayal has been severe. My twin siblings, now 18, have had their understanding of family and trust completely shattered. Emma is angry with me for destroying the only father figure she remembers clearly. She was 8 when Michael came into our lives and had bonded with him deeply. The revelation that her stepfather was a con artist who never genuinely cared for her has been psychologically devastating. Ethan is more supportive of my actions, but struggles with feeling like his entire adolescence was a lie. He remembers bonding with Michael over sports, getting life advice, and believing Michael genuinely cared about him. Learning that Michael was just playing a role to access our mother's money has left Ethan with trust issues he's working through in therapy. Extended family is divided on whether I did the right thing. Some relatives praise me for protecting my mother from a con artist and preventing him from stealing everything she had. They point out that if I hadn't investigated, Michael might have drained her finances completely and disappeared, leaving her destitute. Others think I should have investigated quietly, but not pursued criminal charges once Michael was exposed. They argue that revealing Michael's identity to my mother would have been enough. She could have divorced him and protected her assets without me cooperating with prosecutors who sought the maximum sentence. They say I destroyed any chance my younger siblings had of processing this privately by making it a public criminal case. My mother's friends are particularly critical. Several have told me I destroyed a family because I couldn't get over my resentment of having a stepfather. They've suggested I exaggerated or even fabricated evidence because I was jealous of my mother's remarriage. Despite the convicted criminal charges and Michael's guilty plea, some people still think I somehow orchestrated his downfall unfairly. The professional consequences were significant too. Michael's consulting firm faced major scrutiny for hiring someone with fake credentials who then embezzled from clients. Several partners lost their jobs, the firm's reputation was damaged, and clients sued for negligence in vetting employees. Some people blame me for these consequences, saying I should have alerted the firm privately, rather than cooperating with law enforcement in ways that made the scandal public. Michael's attorney tried to paint me as vindictive during sentencing hearings, arguing that I'd pursued investigation and prosecution because I'd never accepted my stepfather, and saw an opportunity to destroy him. He suggested that while Michael had made mistakes, my aggressive pursuit of maximum criminal penalties was motivated by personal animosity rather than justice. I've struggled with guilt, despite knowing I did the right thing. My younger siblings are in therapy, dealing with betrayal and trust issues. My mother is rebuilding her life, financially and emotionally, but has told me she wishes I'd found a way to handle this that didn't result in such public humiliation and family destruction. I've asked myself repeatedly, would I have investigated Michael if I'd liked him? If he'd been a kind stepfather I felt close to? Would I have hired a PI when he was consolidating control over my mother's finances? Or did my existing resentment and suspicion make me more willing to dig into his background? The honest answer is that my strained relationship with Michael made me more suspicious and more willing to investigate. But that doesn't mean the investigation wasn't justified or that what I discovered wasn't real. Michael was a con artist, regardless of whether I liked him or not. I also think about the timing. My mother was vulnerable during cancer treatment when Michael convinced her to restructure her finances. Was my investigation protecting her from exploitation, or was I interfering in their marriage at a moment when my mother needed support, rather than someone questioning her husband's motives? So was I right to hire a private investigator that exposed my stepfather as a con artist with fake credentials and a criminal history, leading to his 12-year prison sentence? Or did I destroy my family because I couldn't accept my mother's remarriage and used legitimate investigation as a weapon to eliminate someone I resented? Michael is in prison. My mother's finances are protected. But my younger siblings are traumatized, and my family is permanently fractured. My stepsister falsely reported me to CPS. I exposed her Munchausen by proxy falsely. That's how my stepsister Diana, 29 female, reported me to Child Protective Services, claiming I was abusing my daughter. And I'm 32 female, the reason she's now in prison for Munchausen syndrome by proxy after I uncovered she'd been medically abusing her own son for years. Half my family thinks I saved my nephew's life by exposing dangerous abuse, while the other half says I destroyed Diana out of revenge for a false CPS report and should have addressed my concerns privately through family intervention, rather than involving authorities. Diana and I became stepsisters when our parents married 15 years ago. We'd never been particularly close, polite, but distant. Diana had always seemed to crave attention and sympathy, constantly positioning herself as a victim or martyr in various situations. But I dismissed this as personality quirks rather than recognizing it as a pattern. Diana has a son, Aiden, 4 Meal, who has been sick his entire life, according to Diana. She's always described him as medically fragile with multiple serious conditions: severe allergies, immune deficiency, digestive disorders, and various other ailments. Aiden had a medical port for IV medications, was on numerous prescriptions, and Diana homeschooled him because she claimed he was too sick for regular school. My daughter, Sophie, 5 Female, is healthy and active. She attends kindergarten, plays soccer, and thrives in normal childhood activities. I've always considered myself a good parent, attentive but not overprotective, loving but with appropriate boundaries. 3 months ago, I received a terrifying visit from Child Protective Services. A CPS investigator explained that someone had filed a detailed report claiming I was physically and emotionally abusing Sophie. The allegations were specific and serious: hitting, withholding food as punishment, locking her in closets, and verbally degrading her. Every allegation was completely false. I've never hit Sophie, never withheld food, never locked her anywhere, and never verbally abused her. But CPS was required to investigate thoroughly. They interviewed Sophie at school, inspected our home, spoke with Sophie's teachers and pediatrician, and examined her for any signs of abuse. The investigation was humiliating and terrifying. I was treated as a suspected child abuser, had my parenting scrutinized by strangers, and lived in fear that Sophie might be removed from my home based on false allegations. The stress was devastating. After 6 weeks of investigation, CPS closed the case with no findings of abuse or neglect. Sophie had been completely consistent in saying she was safe and happy at home. Her teachers reported she was well-adjusted, thriving, and showed no signs of abuse. Her pediatrician confirmed she was healthy with no concerning injuries or malnutrition. The case was clearly false, but the damage was done. I'd been investigated for child abuse based on lies. My reputation in our community was tainted by suspicion, and Sophie had been traumatized by being interviewed about whether her mother hurt her. I demanded to know who had filed the report. CPS initially wouldn't disclose the reporter's identity, but eventually I learned through legal channels that it was Diana. My stepsister had filed detailed, fabricated allegations of child abuse against me. When I confronted Diana, her justification was disturbing. She claimed she'd been concerned about how I disciplined Sophie, that she'd witnessed me being harsh, and that she'd feared for Sophie's safety. But none of this was true. Diana had never witnessed anything concerning, because nothing concerning had happened. The truth emerged slowly. Diana had filed the false report because she was jealous and resentful. Sophie was healthy and thriving, while Aiden was supposedly sick constantly. Sophie was in regular school and activities while Aiden was isolated at home. Diana had gotten so used to receiving sympathy and attention for being a warrior mom, caring for a sick child, that she couldn't stand watching me have a normal parenting experience with a healthy daughter. I was furious that Diana had filed false abuse allegations against me out of jealousy, potentially jeopardizing my custody of Sophie and definitely causing months of trauma and investigation. But as I researched false CPS reports and their consequences, I started thinking more deeply about Diana's pattern of behavior and Aiden's mysterious chronic illnesses. Something had always felt odd about Aiden's medical situation. Despite supposedly having multiple severe conditions, he looked reasonably healthy during the rare times I'd seen him. Diana controlled all information about his illnesses and medical care, never allowing other family members to attend doctor appointments or speak with his physicians. I started researching Munchausen's syndrome by proxy, a mental health disorder where a caregiver fabricates or induces illness in someone under their care to receive attention and sympathy. The profile fit Diana disturbingly well. Constant medical crises, the child appearing healthier than described, controlling all medical information, and seeming to enjoy the attention from being a dedicated caregiver to a sick child. I decided to report my concerns to Aiden's pediatrician. I explained that I was Aiden's aunt, that I was concerned about the number and severity of his reported medical conditions, and that I worried Diana might be fabricating or exaggerating his illnesses. I provided the pediatrician with information about Munchausen by proxy and asked that they evaluate whether Aiden's medical interventions were truly necessary. The pediatrician took my reports seriously and began reviewing Aiden's medical history more carefully. What they discovered was shocking and heartbreaking. Most of Aiden's medical interventions had been based on Diana's reports of symptoms that medical professionals never directly observed. She'd reported severe allergies, but allergy testing had been inconclusive or negative. She'd claimed digestive problems, but examinations found nothing wrong. She'd insisted on the medical port for IV medications, but the conditions supposedly requiring it were never definitively diagnosed. The pediatrician consulted with specialists and realized that Aiden's medical file was full of red flags for Munchausen by proxy. Diana had been doctor shopping, switching providers when they questioned her symptom reports or suggested Aiden didn't need certain treatments. She'd been administering medications and treatments Aiden didn't actually need, potentially causing real medical harm to prove he was sick. Most horrifying, medical records showed Aiden had been hospitalized multiple times for mysterious illnesses that doctors couldn't explain. In several instances, Aiden would recover quickly once separated from Diana, then become sick again after she visited. This pattern suggested Diana was actively making Aiden sick, possibly by contaminating his feeding tube or inducing vomiting. The pediatrician was legally required to report suspected child abuse. They contacted CPS and law enforcement with their concerns that Diana was medically abusing Aiden through Munchausen by proxy. The investigation into Diana was comprehensive and disturbing. CPS removed Aiden from Diana's care temporarily and placed him with his father, Diana's ex-husband, who lived out of state. Medical professionals examined Aiden without Diana's influence. Away from Diana, Aiden thrived. The severe allergies disappeared. The digestive problems resolved. The immune deficiency symptoms vanished. Within weeks, Aiden was eating normally, playing energetically, and showing no signs of the serious medical conditions Diana had claimed he suffered from for his entire life. Further investigation revealed Diana had been falsifying medical records, lying to doctors about symptoms, and had even been caught on hospital security footage tampering with Aiden's IV to induce fever and vomiting. She'd been deliberately making her son sick to maintain the narrative that he needed her constant medical care. Diana was arrested and charged with child abuse, assault, and medical child abuse, the legal term for Munchausen by proxy. Prosecutors argued she'd systematically tortured her son for years through unnecessary medical interventions, had subjected him to painful procedures he didn't need, and had kept him isolated and dependent to maintain her role as a martyr mother. The evidence was overwhelming. Medical experts testified that nearly all of Aiden's reported conditions were either fabricated or induced by Diana. Video footage showed her contaminating his IV. Records documented her doctor shopping and resistance to any medical professional who suggested Aiden was healthier than she claimed. Diana was convicted on all charges and sentenced to 8 years in prison. Aiden's father was granted full custody, with Diana prohibited from any contact with Aiden without therapeutic supervision. Aiden is now thriving with his father, attending preschool, and showing none of the medical fragility Diana had claimed defined his life. The family reaction has been catastrophic and bitterly divided. Diana's mother, my stepmother, is devastated, but acknowledges that the medical evidence is irrefutable. She's struggling to accept that her daughter spent years abusing her grandson, but she supports Aiden's removal from Diana's care. But some family members blame me for destroying Diana's life out of revenge for the false CPS report. They argue that if I'd been a better person, I would have let the CPS investigation go and not retaliated by reporting Diana for suspected child abuse. They've suggested that Diana's Munchausen by proxy, while serious, might never have been discovered and prosecuted if I hadn't been looking for revenge. They claim I reported Diana to authorities not out of genuine concern for Aiden, but because I wanted Diana to experience the same CPS investigation trauma she'd inflicted on me. Several relatives have said that while Diana's medical abuse of Aiden was wrong, my reporting it was motivated by vindictiveness rather than child protection. They've argued I should have confronted Diana privately, tried family intervention, or reported concerns to Diana's family, rather than directly to medical and legal authorities. Diana herself has sent letters from prison claiming I destroyed her life because I couldn't forgive the CPS report, and that I used Aiden as a weapon against her. She's maintained that Aiden was genuinely sick, and that doctors misunderstood her caregiving, and that I maliciously misrepresented her parenting to authorities. But child abuse experts and medical professionals have uniformly praised my reporting. They've explained that Munchausen by proxy is extremely dangerous, often escalates, and frequently goes undetected because the perpetrator is skilled at manipulating medical professionals. Aiden's doctors have said that my report likely saved his life. Diana's medical abuse was escalating, and the unnecessary procedures and induced illnesses were causing cumulative harm. Left undiscovered, Diana's abuse could have eventually killed Aiden through a procedure gone wrong, or through the cumulative effects of unnecessary medications and interventions. Aiden's father has expressed profound gratitude. He'd always suspected something was wrong, but had been dismissed by medical professionals and family who believed Diana's narrative. My report validated his concerns and rescued his son from ongoing torture. Mental health professionals specializing in Munchausen by proxy have used Diana's case in training materials. They've noted that my recognition of the pattern, despite Diana's skillful manipulation and sympathetic warrior mom persona, represents exactly the kind of family member vigilance that can save children from years of abuse. I've struggled with the question of motivation. Would I have reported concerns about Aiden if Diana hadn't filed the false CPS report against me? I genuinely don't know. I'd always thought something was odd about Aiden's medical situation, but I might have dismissed those concerns as not my business if Diana hadn't attacked me first. The false CPS report made me angry and vindictive. It made me want Diana to suffer consequences, but it also made me scrutinize her behavior more carefully, which led to recognizing a pattern that saved Aiden from ongoing medical abuse. So was my reporting motivated by concern for Aiden or by revenge against Diana? The honest answer is probably both. I wanted Diana to face consequences for the false report, and that anger made me more willing to report concerns I might have otherwise dismissed as interfering in another parent's medical decisions. But regardless of my mixed motivations, the concerns were real, and the abuse was happening. Aiden is now healthy, safe, and thriving. Diana is in prison, where she can't harm him. The medical abuse has ended. The family cost has been enormous. Diana's imprisonment has devastated her mother and strained family relationships permanently. Some relatives will never forgive me for using Aiden to get revenge on Diana. The family gatherings are fractured, with clear divisions between those who support my reporting and those who think I destroyed Diana vindictively. So was I right to report Diana to medical authorities after discovering potential Munchausen by proxy, even though my suspicions were triggered by anger over her false CPS report against me? Every expert says I saved Aiden's life. But I'll always wonder whether my motivations were pure enough, whether saving a child justifies revenge as the catalyst, and whether there was some path that protected Aiden without destroying what remained of our family relationships. My uncle faked a medical emergency to steal my grandmother's house. I ruined him faked. That's precisely what my Uncle Gerald, 52 years male, did when he fabricated a medical crisis to manipulate my dying grandmother into signing over her $650,000 home to him. And I'm 29 years female. The reason he's now facing elder abuse charges, has lost his real estate license, and is being sued by the entire family. Half my relatives think I'm a hero who protected our grandmother from exploitation, while the other half says I destroyed Gerald's life and career over a family property dispute that should have been resolved through mediation instead of criminal prosecution. My grandmother, Dorothy, raised me after my parents died in a plane crash when I was 7. She was my primary caregiver, my emotional support, and the most important person in my life. Dorothy owned her home outright, a beautiful 3-bedroom house in a neighborhood that had appreciated significantly. The property was worth approximately $650,000 and represented her major financial asset. Dorothy always said the house would be split among her 3 children after her death: my Uncle Gerald, my Aunt Patricia, 48 years male, 48 years female, and my late mother's share, which would come to me. She discussed this plan openly for years and had a will documenting this 3-way split. Last year, Dorothy was diagnosed with stage 4 pancreatic cancer. Her prognosis was poor. Doctors estimated she had perhaps 6 months. The diagnosis was devastating for our family, but we rallied to support her. I took family leave from my job to be Dorothy's primary caregiver, managing her medications, driving her to appointments, and ensuring she was comfortable. Gerald was minimally involved during Dorothy's illness. He'd visit maybe once every 2 weeks, stay for 30 minutes, and leave. He was a real estate agent who claimed he was too busy with work to help more substantially with caregiving. Patricia and I handled nearly all of Dorothy's care. About 3 months into Dorothy's illness, Gerald started showing up more frequently and spending time alone with her. He'd arrive when Patricia and I were out running errands and would be in Dorothy's room with the door closed when we returned. This seemed odd, but not necessarily suspicious. Maybe Gerald was finally stepping up to spend quality time with his dying mother. Then one morning, I came to Dorothy's house to help her with breakfast and found her extremely agitated and confused. She was crying and kept saying, "I didn't want to do it, but Gerald said I had to." She was disoriented. Her cancer medications sometimes caused confusion, but this seemed different, more distressed than confused. I asked Dorothy what Gerald had said she had to do. Through her tears and confusion, she explained that Gerald had told her he had cancer too. He'd said he had stage 4 colon cancer, the same prognosis as hers, and that he needed her house to pay for experimental treatment that might save his life. He'd convinced Dorothy that if she loved him, she'd sign over her house immediately, so he could start treatment before it was too late. Gerald had brought a notary to Dorothy's house the previous day when I'd been at my apartment. He'd presented her with documents transferring full ownership of her house to him alone. Dorothy, believing her son was dying and desperately needing her help, had signed the papers. The house was now entirely Gerald's. No 3-way split, no inheritance for Patricia or me. Just Gerald, as sole owner of a $650,000 property. I was stunned and immediately suspicious. Gerald had cancer? I'd seen him 3 days earlier, and he'd seemed perfectly healthy, making plans for a vacation and discussing upcoming real estate deals. Nothing about his behavior suggested he was facing a terminal diagnosis. I called Patricia immediately and explained what Dorothy had told me. Patricia was shocked and said Gerald had never mentioned any cancer diagnosis to her. We decided we needed proof of what Gerald had claimed before confronting him. I called Gerald's longtime primary care physician, Dr. Martinez, who'd been treating Gerald for years. I explained I was calling on behalf of our family because Gerald had told our dying mother he had stage 4 cancer. Dr. Martinez was confused and checked Gerald's records while I waited on the phone. Dr. Martinez confirmed Gerald had no cancer diagnosis, had never been tested for cancer, and was in excellent health based on his most recent physical exam 3 months earlier. Gerald had completely fabricated his terminal illness to manipulate our dying grandmother into signing over her house. I reported this to Patricia, and we immediately consulted with an elder law attorney. The attorney explained that what Gerald had done was likely elder financial abuse, using fraud and undue influence to obtain property from a vulnerable elderly person. The attorney recommended we file a police report and petition the probate court to void the property transfer. We did both. We filed a detailed police report explaining that Gerald had fabricated a terminal illness to manipulate Dorothy into signing over her house. We provided Dorothy's testimony, recorded while she was lucid and clear. Dr. Martinez's statement confirming Gerald had no cancer, and the timeline showing Gerald had isolated Dorothy from family to execute this fraud. We also filed an emergency petition in probate court to void the property transfer and restore it to Dorothy's name. The petition argued the transfer was obtained through fraud, undue influence, and exploitation of Dorothy's vulnerability while terminally ill and on medications affecting her cognition. The police investigation and probate case proceeded simultaneously. Detectives interviewed Dorothy multiple times, with her attorney present to protect her interests, and she consistently stated Gerald had told her he had stage 4 colon cancer and needed the house to pay for treatment. She said she'd have never signed over her house to one child exclusively under normal circumstances, but believed she was saving Gerald's life. Detectives also interviewed the notary who'd witnessed the property transfer documents. The notary confirmed Gerald had brought her to Dorothy's house, that Dorothy had seemed confused and upset during the signing, and that Gerald had rushed the process and discouraged the notary from asking Dorothy questions about whether she understood what she was signing. The probate court held an emergency hearing. Gerald's attorney argued the property transfer was valid. Dorothy had signed voluntarily. The documents were properly notarized, and there was no legal requirement that Gerald prove he had cancer before accepting property from his mother. He claimed Gerald's statements about his health were private medical matters and not relevant to the property transfer's validity. But the judge was not sympathetic. Evidence showed Gerald had fabricated a terminal illness specifically to manipulate his dying mother into transferring her major asset to him alone. The judge found this constituted fraud and undue influence that invalidated the transfer. He ordered the property returned to Dorothy's name and issued a restraining order preventing Gerald from being alone with Dorothy or discussing financial matters with her. Meanwhile, the criminal investigation expanded. Detectives discovered this wasn't Gerald's first exploitation of elderly clients. As a real estate agent, Gerald had been targeting elderly sellers, convincing them to list their properties with him at below-market prices, then buying the properties himself through shell companies and immediately reselling them for significant profits. The Real Estate Licensing Board investigated and found Gerald had violated multiple ethical rules and possibly committed fraud against several elderly clients. He'd exploited people who trusted him as their agent to enrich himself at their expense. Gerald was charged with elder financial abuse, fraud, and exploitation of a vulnerable adult. The prosecutor argued this was a particularly egregious case. Gerald had fabricated terminal cancer to steal from his own dying mother, showing calculating cruelty rather than ordinary financial desperation. The Real Estate Licensing Board held its own hearing and revoked Gerald's real estate license permanently. He was also fined $50,000 for ethical violations related to his exploitation of elderly clients. His real estate career was finished. But the consequences expanded further. Several of Gerald's former elderly clients filed lawsuits against him after learning about his arrest. They claimed Gerald had similarly manipulated them into selling properties below market value, and they were seeking damages for fraud and breach of fiduciary duty. Gerald accepted a plea deal to avoid trial. 2 years in prison, 5 years probation, permanent ban from working with vulnerable adults, and restitution of all legal fees Dorothy and the family incurred fighting the property transfer, approximately $45,000. The house remained in Dorothy's name, and her will remained unchanged. It would be split 3 ways as she'd always intended. The family reaction has been bitterly divided. Patricia fully supports me and believes Gerald got what he deserved for trying to steal from our dying mother. My grandmother, in her remaining lucid moments, expressed relief that the house situation was resolved and that Gerald wouldn't inherit anything after what he'd done. But Gerald's wife, Melissa, and their 2 teenage children are devastated. Melissa claims I destroyed their family because I couldn't handle complicated family estate decisions and should have worked things out privately instead of involving police and licensing boards. Several relatives agree with Melissa. They acknowledge Gerald shouldn't have lied about having cancer, but they think I overreacted by pursuing criminal charges and reporting him to the licensing board. They argue that a family conversation and mediation could have resolved the property issue without destroying Gerald's career and putting him in prison. Gerald's parents, Dorothy's ex-husband and his wife, have blamed me for tearing the family apart and said I should have respected that Dorothy signed the papers voluntarily, regardless of what Gerald told her. They've suggested I was motivated by greed, ensuring I'd inherit my share of the house, rather than genuine concern for Dorothy. Some extended family members think both Gerald and I were wrong. They say Gerald shouldn't have fabricated illness, but that I went nuclear by involving law enforcement and regulatory boards rather than pursuing civil remedies that would have resolved the property dispute without criminal charges or career destruction. Dorothy's longtime friends and neighbors overwhelmingly support my actions. They'd witnessed how little Gerald visited during Dorothy's illness compared to Patricia and me, and they were horrified to learn he'd exploited her final months to steal her house. They view the criminal prosecution as appropriate accountability. Elder rights advocates who learned about the case have praised my reporting. They've said elder financial abuse is dramatically underreported because family members feel guilty about turning in relatives, and that my willingness to prosecute Gerald protects other vulnerable elderly people from similar exploitation. The real estate board has used Gerald's case as a cautionary example in training about agent ethics and vulnerability exploitation. Several elderly clients he'd previously worked with have come forward with suspicious transactions that are now being investigated. I've struggled with enormous guilt, despite believing I did the right thing. Gerald's children are teenagers, watching their father go to prison and their family face financial ruin. Melissa has had to sell their house to pay legal fees and fines. Gerald's real estate career, his livelihood for 20 years, is permanently ended. Gerald lost his marriage, too. Melissa filed for divorce while he was awaiting sentencing, unable to handle the shame and financial devastation. Gerald's relationship with his children is damaged, perhaps irreparably. Dorothy died 4 months after Gerald's sentencing. Her final months were peaceful, knowing the house situation was resolved and that her estate would be distributed as she'd always intended. But Gerald wasn't allowed to attend her funeral due to the restraining order, and he'll never have had the chance to make peace with his mother. I've asked myself repeatedly whether I should have confronted Gerald privately before filing police reports. Could a family intervention have resolved this without criminal prosecution? Would Gerald have voluntarily returned the house if I'd threatened to expose his cancer lie? Or would he have doubled down in hidden assets? The honest answer is, I wanted Gerald to face maximum consequences. He'd exploited our dying grandmother, fabricated terminal illness to manipulate her, and stolen her major asset for personal gain. I wanted him destroyed professionally and criminally, and I used every legal avenue available to ensure that destruction. But Gerald also committed crimes that extended beyond our family. His exploitation of other elderly real estate clients showed a pattern of predatory behavior. By reporting him, I potentially protected future victims. Would those protections justify the total destruction of Gerald's life and the collateral damage to his innocent family? So was I right to report Gerald to police and licensing boards after he fabricated cancer to steal our grandmother's house, even though it ended his career and marriage? Or should I have pursued civil remedies that recovered the property without the criminal and professional destruction? Dorothy's house stayed in her estate as intended. Gerald faced consequences, but his children and ex-wife are collateral damage, and I don't know if justice required that level of devastation. My uncle sabotaged my business. I destroyed his reputation and fortune. Business. That's what my uncle Leonard, 52-year-old, systematically tried to destroy when I, 31-year-old female, started a competing company in our family's industry, and I'm the reason he's now bankrupt, professionally blacklisted, and facing multiple lawsuits. Half my family thinks I brilliantly defended myself against a predatory relative, while the other half says I went too far in annihilating someone who was just trying to protect his livelihood from unwanted competition. I grew up working in my family's industrial supply business. My grandfather founded it in the 1970s, and by the time I was old enough to work, it was a multi-million-dollar operation supplying manufacturing equipment to factories across 3 states. Leonard, my father's brother, had been running the company since my grandfather's retirement 15 years ago, and he'd expanded it significantly through aggressive sales tactics and relationship building with major clients. I worked for the family company throughout college and for 5 years after graduation, learning every aspect of the business: procurement, sales, logistics, client relations, everything. I was good at it, genuinely passionate about the industry, and had strong relationships with many of our major clients. I'd assumed I'd eventually move into senior leadership and perhaps one day take over from Leonard when he retired. But Leonard made it clear he had different plans. He'd hired his own son, Brandon, 28-year-old, 5 years ago, and was grooming him to take over the company. This was Leonard's right as owner. The business had been left to him, not divided among family members, but it meant my career trajectory was capped. I'd never advance beyond middle management in a company run by Leonard, and eventually Brandon. After several conversations where Leonard confirmed I had no ownership path or executive future in the family business, I made a difficult decision. I'd start my own competing industrial supply company. I had industry expertise, client relationships, and enough savings to fund a startup. It would be risky, but staying in a dead-end position working for Leonard indefinitely wasn't appealing. I resigned from the family company professionally, gave appropriate notice, and started my own business. I was careful to operate ethically. I didn't steal client lists, didn't poach employees during my notice period, and didn't use any proprietary information from the family company. I simply leveraged my industry knowledge and personal relationships to build a competing business. Leonard was furious when he learned about my new company. He called it betrayal and family disloyalty. He said I was trying to steal his business after he'd given me employment for years. He made it clear he considered my competing business a personal attack rather than a legitimate career move. The rivalry became ugly quickly. Leonard started a deliberate campaign to destroy my startup before it could become viable. He contacted clients I'd been courting and told them I was untrustworthy and had stolen proprietary information from the family business. He spread false rumors that my company's products were inferior and that I was operating on the edge of bankruptcy. But Leonard went further. He started underbidding my quotes to clients by unsustainable margins, pricing his products below cost just to prevent me from winning contracts. He was willing to lose money on deals solely to deprive my startup of revenue. He also contacted my suppliers and pressured them to stop selling to me, threatening to pull his much larger orders if they continued doing business with my company. Leonard's sabotage was sophisticated and ruthless. He filed a frivolous lawsuit against me claiming I'd stolen trade secrets, knowing the legal defense costs would strain my startup's limited capital. The lawsuit had no merit. I'd been scrupulously careful about not using any proprietary information, but defending against it cost me $80,000 in legal fees over 18 months before it was finally dismissed. He also started a whispering campaign in the industry, suggesting I was difficult to work with, and had been fired from the family business for cause rather than resigning voluntarily. He told other business owners that I was unstable and that my company would fold within a year, so they shouldn't waste time building relationships with me. For the first 2 years, my business struggled badly. Leonard's interference made it nearly impossible to win major contracts or establish reliable supplier relationships. Several deals I'd spent months negotiating fell through at the last minute after Leonard contacted the clients with false information. My startup was barely surviving, and I was facing the real possibility of bankruptcy. But Leonard made a critical mistake in his vendetta. He became so obsessed with destroying my business that he neglected his own. His below-cost pricing to block my contracts was hemorrhaging money. His aggressive and sometimes unethical tactics were damaging his reputation. Several of his key employees became uncomfortable with his behavior and left the company, and one of them came to work for me, bringing valuable insights into Leonard's operation. That former employee, Sarah, told me things about Leonard's business that I hadn't known. Leonard was engaged in several practices that violated industry regulations and contractual obligations. He was misrepresenting product specifications to clients, importing equipment that didn't meet safety certifications while claiming it did, and was backdating inspection documents to hide compliance failures. Sarah had documentation of these practices: internal emails, falsified inspection reports, communications where Leonard explicitly instructed employees to lie to clients about product specifications. She'd been uncomfortable with these practices, which is why she'd left, and she felt I should know what I was actually competing against. I faced a choice. I could use this information to destroy Leonard the way he'd been trying to destroy me, or I could stay above the fray and focus on building my business ethically. The vindictive part of me wanted revenge for 2 years of sabotage that had nearly bankrupted my startup. But using this information felt like descending to Leonard's level. I agonized over the decision for 2 weeks, then made my choice. I compiled all the documentation Sarah had provided, added evidence I'd gathered of Leonard's attempts to sabotage my business, documented communications, below-cost pricing records, proving predatory practices, records of his threats to suppliers, and submitted everything to the Industry Regulatory Board and to several of Leonard's major clients. The response was swift and catastrophic for Leonard. The Regulatory Board launched a formal investigation into his safety certification violations and misrepresentation of product specifications. 3 major clients immediately canceled contracts worth over $2 million annually after learning they'd been sold equipment that didn't meet the specifications they'd paid for. 2 clients filed lawsuits for breach of contract and fraud. The industry association suspended Leonard's membership pending the regulatory investigation, effectively blacklisting him from certain types of contracts. His insurance carrier, after learning about the falsified documentation, threatened to cancel his coverage or dramatically increase premiums. His bank, concerned about the mounting legal liabilities, called in a business line of credit, creating a sudden cash flow crisis. Within 6 months of my reporting, Leonard's business was in financial collapse. The regulatory fines alone totaled $400,000. The lawsuits from defrauded clients were seeking millions in damages. The loss of major contracts and the inability to bid on new work due to his suspended industry credentials meant revenue had dropped by over 60%. Leonard was facing personal bankruptcy and the likely forced sale of the business he'd spent 20 years building. But I wasn't finished. I contacted every client Leonard had interfered with during my startup phase and provided them with documentation of his sabotage campaign, proof that he'd lied about my business, had engaged in predatory pricing to block my contracts, and had spread false information about my products and financial stability. Several of these clients were horrified to learn they'd been manipulated and switched their business to my company. I also filed my own lawsuit against Leonard for tortious interference with business relationships, defamation, and unfair business practices. My attorney argued that Leonard's 2-year campaign of sabotage had cost my startup approximately $500,000 in lost contracts, and had nearly destroyed my business through false statements and predatory practices. We were seeking substantial damages. The family reaction has been explosive and deeply divided. Some relatives think Leonard got exactly what he deserved. He'd been operating unethically for years and had viciously tried to destroy my business simply because he viewed me as competition. They believe his downfall was self-inflicted through his own misconduct, and that I simply exposed the truth. Others think I went too far. They acknowledge Leonard shouldn't have sabotaged my business, but argue that reporting him to regulators and clients was a disproportionate response that destroyed not just Leonard, but also Brandon and the employees of the family business. They say I chose revenge over finding a way for both businesses to coexist. My father is devastated. He's watching his brother face bankruptcy and potential criminal charges. And while he doesn't defend Leonard's sabotage attempts, he wishes I'd found a less destructive way to fight back. He's said that Leonard's downfall means the family business will likely be sold or shut down, ending my grandfather's legacy. Leonard's wife and children have called me vindictive and cruel. Brandon, who would have inherited the business, is now facing unemployment when the company folds. Leonard's wife says I've destroyed their family's financial security and their father's reputation because I couldn't handle business competition. My mother supports my actions more strongly, pointing out that Leonard started the war by trying to destroy my startup, and that all I did was reveal the truth about his unethical business practices. She says if Leonard hadn't been violating regulations and lying to clients, my reporting would have found nothing to expose. Industry colleagues are split. Some admire my resilience and think Leonard needed to be stopped before his unsafe products caused actual harm. Others think I should have reported the safety violations, but not provided information about his sabotage of my business, keeping personal revenge separate from legitimate regulatory concerns. My startup is now thriving. Many of Leonard's former clients have switched to me. I've been able to hire some of his best employees, and my revenue has tripled. But this success came at the cost of destroying my uncle's business and permanently fracturing my family. Leonard is facing bankruptcy, potential criminal charges for the falsified documentation, and the loss of everything he built over 20 years. I tell myself I was defending my business against someone who was trying to destroy it through unethical means. I exposed genuine safety violations and fraud that clients deserved to know about. Leonard brought his downfall on himself through his own misconduct. But I also can't deny that I wanted revenge. I wanted Leonard to suffer for the 2 years of sabotage that nearly bankrupted my startup. I wanted him to lose everything, the way he'd tried to make me lose everything. The regulatory violations I reported were real. But would I have reported them if Leonard hadn't spent 2 years trying to destroy my business? Probably not. So was I right to expose Leonard's regulatory violations and sabotage campaign, even though it destroyed his business and potentially my grandfather's legacy? Or did I go too far in pursuing revenge against family, using legitimate concerns as weapons to justify annihilating someone who'd wronged me? I succeeded in business, but the cost was my uncle's bankruptcy and permanent family destruction. I don't know if that trade was worth it. They sold my late grandma's house behind my back, so I bought it and evicted them all. I'm 28 now, and this started when I was 24, right after my grandmother died. She was 82 and had lived in the same house for over 50 years. I'd spent countless weekends there growing up, learned to cook in her kitchen, helped her garden in the backyard, and slept in the upstairs bedroom that she always kept ready for me. That house was more than just property to me. It was every good memory I had of her. Grandma's will was clear. The house was to be divided equally among her 4 grandchildren. Me, my older sister Emma, who's 31, my younger brother Josh, who's 26, and my cousin Tyler, who's 29. My parents were named as executors since my dad was her oldest child. The will stated we could decide together whether to keep it, rent it, or sell it, but any decision had to be unanimous, and any proceeds split 4 ways. After the funeral, my parents said they'd handle the estate paperwork, and we'd all sit down together once everything was settled to decide what to do with the house. I trusted them. They were my parents, and they'd been close with Grandma. I was also dealing with grief and working full-time as a teacher, so I was grateful they were taking care of the administrative stuff. About 3 months went by. I'd ask occasionally how things were going with the estate, and my dad would say it was all legal red tape and taking time. My mom said we'd have that family meeting soon. I drove by the house a few times just to see it and make sure everything looked okay. It sat empty, which made me sad, but I figured that was temporary while we decided what to do. Then one Saturday afternoon, about 4 months after Grandma died, I drove by and saw a moving truck in the driveway. There were people carrying furniture into the house. Strangers. I pulled over and sat there in shock, trying to understand what I was seeing. I called my dad immediately. He picked up on the third ring and sounded casual. I asked him why there were people moving into Grandma's house. There was a long pause. Then he said they'd sold it. Just like that. They'd sold it. I asked when they were planning to tell me. He said they were going to bring it up at Sunday dinner that weekend. He said they'd gotten a good offer and the money would be split among everyone, that it was the practical choice. I asked why I hadn't been consulted. The will said it had to be a unanimous decision. My dad said that as executors, they had the legal authority to make decisions for the estate, and that this was what made the most sense financially. I asked how much they sold it for. He said $380,000. I asked when I'd get my share. He got quiet again, and then said that the money was being used to cover estate taxes and family expenses, and that whatever was left would be distributed eventually. I drove to my parents' house immediately. Emma was there for dinner prep, and Josh showed up about 10 minutes after I did. I asked all of them point blank what happened. My dad explained that they'd sold the house 2 months ago. The money had gone into an account he and my mom controlled. They'd used about $60,000 to pay off their own mortgage. Another $40,000 went to Emma for her wedding that was coming up. Josh got $30,000 for a down payment on a car and to pay off some credit cards. Tyler, my cousin, apparently got $25,000 for his student loans. I asked what I was getting. My mom said they were saving money for me too, but that my needs weren't as immediate as everyone else's. I didn't have debt like Josh, wasn't getting married like Emma, and had a stable job. They'd give me my share when the time was right. I left my parents' house and didn't speak to any of them for 2 weeks. I was beyond furious, but more than that, I felt betrayed. They'd sold the one place that connected me to Grandma and used my share of the inheritance to fund everyone else's lives while deciding I could wait. I consulted with a lawyer to see if I had any recourse. He reviewed the will and the estate documents and said that, technically, executors do have broad authority, and unless I could prove they were acting in bad faith or mismanaging the estate, it would be expensive and difficult to fight. I decided on a different approach. I was going to get that house back, no matter how long it took. First, I looked up the public records to find out who'd bought it. The buyers were a couple in their 30s named Mark and Jennifer Chen. I didn't contact them right away. Instead, I focused on getting my finances in perfect shape. I was making $52,000 as a teacher, which wasn't much, but I was single with low expenses. I moved into a cheaper apartment to save on rent. I picked up summer school teaching and tutoring jobs. I cut every unnecessary expense from my budget. Over the next year, I saved about $35,000. I built my credit score up to nearly 800 by paying everything on time and keeping my credit utilization low. I got pre-approved for a mortgage. Then I started casually monitoring the property records for Grandma's old house, checking every few months to see if anything changed. About 18 months after the house was sold, I noticed the property taxes had gone delinquent. The Chens had missed 2 payments. I did some more digging through public records and found they'd taken out a second mortgage on the property about 6 months after buying it. They were over-leveraged. I waited another 6 months, watching. The tax delinquency continued. Then the house popped up on a pre-foreclosure list. They were in trouble. I had my opportunity. I contacted them through a real estate agent, expressing interest in the property for personal reasons. I explained that my grandmother had owned it, and I had sentimental attachment. I offered them $420,000, which was $40,000 more than they'd paid, and enough to get them out from under their mortgages and back taxes with a small profit. Given their financial situation, it was a lifeline. They accepted within a week. The sale took about 45 days to close. I used every dollar I'd saved, got a mortgage for the rest, and on a Tuesday afternoon, 2 years after Grandma died, I became the legal owner of her house. The Chens seemed relieved to be out from under the financial stress. They had no idea about the family history beyond what I'd told them about my grandmother living there. I didn't tell my family what I'd done. I spent the next month cleaning the house and doing minor repairs. The Chens hadn't taken great care of it, and seeing the damage to Grandma's home made me even more determined to set things right. I had the walls repainted in the original colors I remembered. I fixed the garden that had been neglected. I made it feel like home again. Then, I planned a dinner. I sent a message to my parents, Emma, Josh, and Tyler, saying I wanted to have a family gathering to discuss moving forward and letting go of past conflicts. I said I'd host it at a meaningful location and asked them to come on a Saturday evening. Everyone agreed. They probably thought I was finally ready to forgive them and move on. They showed up at the house around 6 in the evening. I watched their faces as they pulled up and realized where they were. My mom looked confused. My dad's expression was unreadable. Emma and Josh both seemed uncomfortable. Tyler looked like he wanted to leave immediately. I let them all in, and we stood in Grandma's living room, the same room where we'd had countless family gatherings. My dad asked what was going on and how I had access to the house. I told them I'd bought it. There was stunned silence. Emma asked how I could possibly afford it. I explained that I'd spent 2 years saving every penny, building credit, and waiting for the right opportunity. My mom said this was wonderful, and that maybe now we could all share it like Grandma wanted. I shook my head. I told them that when they sold the house without my consent and used my inheritance to fund their own priorities, they made a choice. They chose money over family and over Grandma's wishes. Now I was making a choice too. I handed each of them an envelope. Inside were formal eviction notices. They weren't living there, but I wanted them to understand they had no claim and no access to the property anymore. The house was solely mine, and they were not welcome there. My dad's face turned red. He said I was being ridiculous and vindictive. Josh said I couldn't actually evict them because they didn't live there. I told him it was symbolic, but the message was real. They were no longer part of this property's story. Emma started crying and said I was tearing the family apart. Tyler just stood there silently. My mom asked how I could do this to them. I reminded her that she'd asked me to trust them as executors, and they'd betrayed that trust. I asked her if she remembered telling me my needs weren't as immediate as everyone else's. I asked my dad if he remembered using my inheritance to pay off his mortgage without asking. I asked Emma if her wedding was worth destroying our grandmother's wishes. I asked Josh if his car was worth betraying his sister. They tried to argue that they'd planned to give me my share eventually. My dad said it was all still in the family, so what did it matter? I told them it mattered because Grandma wanted us all to have this house equally, and they'd decided their judgment was better than hers. They'd sold her home, our memories, and our shared inheritance for their convenience. The dinner never happened. They all left within 20 minutes. My dad said I'd regret this, and that family was more important than a house. My mom called me heartless on her way out. Emma sent me a long text that night about how I was being cruel and selfish. Josh tried to call a few days later, but I didn't answer. Tyler sent a short message saying he understood why I was angry, but hoped I'd reconsider someday. I've been living in Grandma's house for 6 months now. I furnished it with some of her old furniture that I'd managed to save from storage and mixed in my own things. I've restored her garden to how she kept it. The house feels alive again, in a way it didn't when the Chens lived here. My family hasn't spoken to me much since that night. My parents sent a Christmas card with a note saying they hoped I'd come to my senses. Emma got married and didn't invite me. Josh reached out once to ask if we could talk, but when I didn't respond immediately, he gave up. Tyler sends occasional texts, checking in, but we haven't seen each other. Some people who know the story think I went too far. A colleague at school said that family should forgive family and that I'm letting bitterness consume me. My therapist asks me regularly if holding on to the house is giving me peace or just keeping me stuck in anger. Honestly, I don't know the answer. What I do know is that my parents and siblings sold something that wasn't entirely theirs to sell. They erased Grandma's wishes and my inheritance because they decided their needs mattered more than mine. The house meant something to me beyond money, and they reduced it to a transaction. I spent 2 years working toward getting it back, and I succeeded. They called me heartless for evicting them symbolically from a house they'd already abandoned. But they sold our family's heart for profit and didn't think twice about it. I just bought it back and made sure they understood there are consequences for betrayal. I'm living in Grandma's house now, surrounded by memories they tried to sell off. Maybe that makes me vindictive, or maybe it just makes me the only one who actually valued what she left behind. I haven't decided which one I am yet.